I'd like to call this regular council meeting to order. Before we proceed, I want to begin this meeting by acknowledging that the land upon which we are gathered is the traditional territory of the Haudenosaunee, the Adirondack, and the Anishinaabe people. We are the beneficiaries of ancient agreements, such as the dish with one spoon between the Anishinaabe and the Haudenosaunee, who agreed to share the abundance of the land through peace, friendship, and mutual respect. And also the two-row wampum, by which the Haudenosaunee welcomed settlers and agreed to share the land in mutual respect. And the Treaty of Niagara, considered a fundamental document by First Nations in all future relations and treaties with the British. We recognize that we have a responsibility as stewards of the land in cooperation and collaboration with the Indigenous people, not only for one generation, but for all generations to come. We understand that we have an obligation to learn the lessons of our history, educate ourselves about the experiences of the Indigenous people, and seek opportunities to heal the wounds that will result in reconciliation with our Indigenous sisters and brothers. Many First Nations, Métis, and Inuit people live and work in Fort Erie. We stand with all Indigenous people, past and present, in promoting the wise stewardship of the lands on which we live. We have the good fortune to live in a land of such abundance, diversity, and beauty. Let us be vigilant in protecting Turtle Island. Madam Clerk, I guess we all rise for the invocation. Please rise.
We meet to serve our community and endeavor to be worthy custodians of all that has been entrusted to us. Let us be concerned only for what will promote good government. May we bring to our council chamber minds that think and hearts that feel, so that in our deliberations we may display imagination, wisdom, and courage, and will do our work for the good of all.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, the roll call, please.
All members of council are present, Mayor Redekop.
Thank you. There is an addendum this evening. There are an additional list of presentations and delegations. They commence with Aaron Dowes, Gregor Grant, Scott Bomeister, Cheryl McComb, Amanda Marshall, Dan Gabriel. There was one on the list, Alexandra Bennett, but she has withdrawn. We also have a memorandum with respect to reports PDS 39-1 and PDS 39. The staff is requesting that those reports be deferred until June the 12th because we've recently received a legal opinion that staff wishes to review. So when we get to the presentations and delegations, we'll continue on the list with what is on the initial printed agenda. A couple of very brief announcements. There's an organization in Western New York called Teacher's Desk, and Teacher's Desk has been providing supplies to our elementary schools, both public and Catholic boards, for a number of years. This past year, they provided some school supplies to 80 teachers, and that approximated about 1,600 students in Fort Erie. So I wanted to thank Teacher's Desk, in particular the director, John Micah, and the chairman of the board, William Heinen, for their generosity. They provided me with some information that was given to them by students at some of the schools that they provided this service to, and it's a remarkable service that they provide. And as I said, it's an organization from Western New York. They do this in Western New York throughout schools. Some of the members of Teacher's Desk have a connection to Fort Erie, hence they wanted to provide some assistance to our teachers, and we greatly appreciate that. And then finally, on Friday and Saturday, May 26th and 27th, the Niagara Coalition for Health, or Niagara Health Coalition, held a referendum here. They're going to be releasing the results of that referendum on tomorrow morning, May the 30th at 11 a.m. outside of the St. Catharines Hospital. Are there any declarations of pecuniary interest? Councillor Flagg.
Thank you, Your Worship. 91-2023 to amend zoning bylaw number 129-90 as amended Crescent Acres subdivision. I am within the notification area of that proposal.
Okay, so when we get to the consideration of bylaws, we'll remove that bylaw from the package. 91, 2023. Any other declarations? If not, we have one notification of an upcoming public meeting, and that is a town-initiated official plan amendment implementing Bill 109, a provincial piece of legislation. That public meeting will take place on Monday, June the 12th, 2023 at 6 p.m. here in the council chambers. And the information report relative to that public meeting will be available on our website by 5 p.m. on Wednesday, June the 7th, 2023. Madam Clerk, I note that the regional councillor is not here. Did we hear from him? Okay, so we will, I don't know whether he'll be coming, but I'm going to continue down the list. Not online, is he? Pardon? Not online. Yeah, no, Tom and Sinna would be here. Okay, so the first presentation and delegations that I've got is from Greater Fort Erie Secondary School. I have Fred Lowe's, but I don't see him in the room. Is he here? Oh, there he is. There he is. The good-looking guy at the back with the beard. Now, I also understand, and I see you have Mr. Cavani with you, I also understand that Wayne Gates was wanting to be in attendance. Did we hear anything further from him on that? Shannon Mitchell is here. Okay. So I'm going to, we have a bunch of certificates as well that we're going to present, but Mr. Lowe's, I understand that you want to give some background about some of your stellar students, how well they performed in skills training competition, and so fire away.
Okay, well, thank you, Mayor out of Fort Erie. I did comb the white in to throw you off a little bit this evening, Wayne, so, but thanks for having us here as the proud principal at Greater Fort Erie Secondary School. We have so many amazing students, and tonight we're going to celebrate some of them who took part in recent skills competitions, highlighting the different tech courses that we have at Greater Fort Erie Secondary School. But I do want to I'm going to give these to Councillor McDermott, and I'm going to turn the mic over to teacher Afshin Kavani to speak about the specific skills competitions that each student participated in and were successful at the DSBN level and beyond that level as well. So I do have t-shirts for our councillors and our mayor, different sizes. I don't know everyone's size, so if it doesn't fit, I'll leave them with Councillor McDermott to have first choice here, but if they don't fit, come back across the street. We'll exchange it for something that does fit.
And we'll be keeping an eye on Councillor McDermott to make sure he passes them along.
And so at this time, I would like to acknowledge also that some of our technology teachers, communications technology teacher Jason Sider's with us this evening, as well as our manufacturing and welding teacher Ruben Wells, and of course Mr. Afshin Kavani is our culinary arts teacher, who I'm going to turn the microphone over to.
Right, and once you've completed, Mr. Kavani, I'll come down. I'm going to bring Councillor Flagg with me. We'll hand out the certificates that we have, and at the same time, Ms. Mitchell can provide the certificates from Wayne Gates and MP's office.
Sure, thank you very much. Good evening, members of the council, parents, students, and member of the community. My name is Afshin Kavani, a technological educator from Greater Fort Erie Secondary School. I'm here on behalf of GFES to recognize the effort of our technological students at the recent skills competition. We are back where we were left off after 3 years due to the COVID pandemic, which prevented us to participate in an in-person competition. Nothing can substitute in-person learning where a student can learn best, collaborate, and excel. At GFES, we are very fortunate to have technological teachers with a vast knowledge of industry, in addition to lived experiences in a way that emphasizes experiential education in a more tangible approach. The faculty at GFES delivers the curriculum in an interesting and innovative fashion for all the students with a specific attention to learning diversity. One of this program is the communication technology class. The communication technology class is a project-based course that provides a student with opportunities to acquire knowledge and a skill required to design, use, and manage electronic, live, recorded, and graphic communication system. Students work in the areas of TV, video, and movie production, print and graphic communication, photography, broadcast journalism, and interactive and media and animation. or as we like it to say, we use technology to create stuff. GTV is a student-run television program which can be accessed through GFES website. This program, which is mentored by Mr. Jason Sider, assists students to plan, direct, and deliver the daily news for their fellow students and the community in the innovative way. This essential skills will position GFES graduate in a more competitive situation in a very hot market. The recent announcement by the Minister of Education about technological education and the right to education has placed a spotlight on the importance of the skills graduates. The new workplace requires the student to be equipped with the 21st century skills for the 21st century challenges. These skills can be obtained in the classroom and the challenges such as the skills competition. Therefore, the importance of the Ontario Skills Competition is to strive for excellence in technological education competitions, which has become even more significant than before. At this moment, I want to introduce you to following a student and their accomplishment during the skills competition and why we are here. Welding. In this competition, the student ought to test and evaluate the various safety-oriented welding and fitting skills. In addition, the print reading and welding symbols interpretation will also be assessed. In these challenges, we have Christopher Bruning, DSBN silver medalist, regional qualified bronze medalist, Nicholas Heinen, DSBN bronze medalist. In precision machining, in this competition, the student ought to follow the safety standard in accordance with the OSHA. They must operate the milling machine and the engine lathe in order to produce a required component within the scope of the competition. In these challenges, we have Evan Hill, DSBN silver medalist. Graphic design presentation. In these challenges, competitors design and produce a package of promotional material utilizing 3 industry standards software such as Adobe InDesign, Illustrator, and Photoshop. The competitors then present their work to a panel of judges explaining their design decision from concept to execution. In this challenge, we have McKenna Thomas, DSBN silver medalist. 2D character animation, team of 2. The main purpose of this competition is to provide the competitors with the opportunity to demonstrate key creative and technical skills sets that incorporate the character animation production process. The competition will focus on the participants' ability to tell a story through the delivery of character performance. In this challenge, we have Marla, Irvin, and Alex Mary, and they got bronze medal at the DSBN competition. And finally, job skills demonstration, the purpose of the content to evaluate each competitor's ability to demonstrate and fully communicate process of the job skills. All competitors are required to incorporate the skill for success, numeracy, communication, collaboration, adaptability, reading, writing, problem solving, creativity and innovation, and digital. In this challenge, we have Mackenzie Cote, silver medalist at DSBN, and also Melanie Nolan, DSBN gold medalist, and also provincial gold medalist. In response to the labor shortage and the need for the new generation of skilled workers, gaining new skills for success, formerly essential skills, has been regarded as critical by Employment and Social Development of Canada, ESDC. To have success in trade and technology career, at GFES, we are not only providing a safe and friendly environment, but also providing students with the boundless mentorship by qualified and passionate educators with multiple opportunity for success. Now I present you the champion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kevani, and we want to congratulate each of the recipients of these awards, and we're going to come down and make some certificate presentations. And Councillor Flagg, you'll help me? Thank you. Okay. And Shannon, do you want to come up here as well? So these certificates are a recognition by the municipal council and the residents of Fort Erie for the success of these students in the various categories. And we have not only the certificate, which we'll provide to them, but also a Town of Fort Erie pin. And also certificates from MPP Wayne Gates' office. So the first one I want to recognize is Christopher Brunning. Congratulations. Here's your pin.
Christopher, just behind you there, Mr. Lowe.
And get, do you want to open that one, Christopher, if you can? Okay. One more. I think our photographer's going to...
Ready?
Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Mackenzie Cote, and this was a silver medal in job skills demonstration. Congratulations. This is your pin, and Shannon has one for you as well.
Awesome. I don't have staff to help me organize.
Well done.
Awesome, thank you.
This is Nicholas Heinen.
Thank you.
Nicholas Heinen next. Snuck up on us. And here's your pin as well.
Oh, thank you.
And here's Shannon has a certificate for you.
Do good work, Darren. Wayne's assistant.
Well done.
Thank you.
Next is Marla Irwin, and that was a bronze medal in 2D character animation. And that was a team of two, so you had a partner.
Yeah, unfortunately, they aren't here today.
Okay, and that was
Alex.
Alex. Yeah, okay. Well, here, you're here.
Thank you.
And so we'll give this to you, and then we'll give to Mr. Lowe's, we'll give the other certificate. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
The next is Evan Hill, and he received a silver medal from DSBN for precision machining. See that here? Evan Hill? Okay, so we're going to set these aside.
Thank you very much.
Melanie Nolan, DSBN Gold Medal for Job Skills Demonstration and a Provincial Gold Skills Medal. One of two, I understand, in DSBN that received a Provincial Gold Medal. Congratulations.
It's the most important one.
Well done. And McKenna Thomas, DSBN Silver Medal in Graphic Design Presentation. Congratulations.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So then this was... So I'll give these to Fred.
Okay.
The next presentation is, I think, by the Mayor's Youth Advisory Committee, Paige Gismondi, Mackenzie Arts, and Fran Vella. I see Mackenzie. It's just you this evening? Yes. You know what? We go with quality, not quantity. Good evening, Mackenzie.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Mackenzie Arts, a grade 10 student over at GFES and the vice chair of this wonderful committee. I've wanted to be a part of MIAC ever since I heard about it back in grade 7, and I am beyond grateful to be finishing off my second year on the Mayor's Youth Advisory Committee. Thank you so much for allowing me to be here to tell you more about the Mayor's Youth Advisory Committee of Fort Erie. So, what is MIAC? The purpose of our committee is to discuss, plan, and advise Town Council about issues concerning youth of the greater Fort Erie area. The MIAC is a group of young individuals from all over the Fort Erie area. We discuss many different topics of how we can bring together the youth of Fort Erie in a positive and exciting way. This space and group is encouraging to future leaders and provides many opportunities to grow in leadership. Meeting monthly, we learn about the goings-on of our community as we propose events centered towards youth and their involvement. Goals for the future. As a committee, we strive to connect members of our community through fighting issues pressing our community or by hosting and volunteering in events that spread positive messages through our town. The following are some of our objectives: allow youth to build community through engaging activities, unite youth through activism, bring attention to the problems affecting Fort Erie's youth, reinforce a positive attitude through the community of youth, identify any new or future issues that may present themselves to youth in Fort Erie, and assist Town Council with initiatives involving youth. Past events. Some previous and successful projects of MIAC include volunteering for the Town of Fort Erie tree giveaway, our Earth Day cleanup, our virtual Easter egg hunt, MIAC elementary and high school scholarships, free skate nights, and what we are running now, which is our elementary school food drive competition. We hope to continue hosting events for youth of Fort Erie and are always seeking new ideas. Speaking of new ideas, as we look ahead to ending this year and to our 2023-24 term, these are some of the ideas and goals we have. Our ultimate goals are to empower youth towards generating positive change and to become involved in leadership, as well as providing engaging activities for youth to have fun, build friendships, and grow their love for our town. One idea we have is to host a leadership conference, to have other MIACs attend and share ideas to uplift youth and encourage them to make a difference, to provide resources and support teens who strive to generate change. We are also looking to plan an outdoor sports day. We could host a one-day intramural soccer match or another sport to crown a champion at the end of the day. This would encourage youth to be active while being safe and learning team-building skills within their teams. Some other ideas that we have are youth small business markets, Fort Erie's Got Talent, creation of a new basketball court, beach trash pickup baskets, trail cleanup signs, outdoor movie screening, and an amazing race-styled event. How others can get involved. MIAC is always open to new members who are looking to make a positive impact on our community. Some ways to get involved is to view the MIAC page on the Town of Fort Erie website, or to check out the Town of Fort Erie social media, or reach out to one of our members. Even if you or your youth aren't interested in becoming a member, participating and assisting in advertising or volunteering for our events is greatly appreciated. Now, your faces of MIAC. Here are our 2022-23 executives. So we have Paige as our chair, me, Mackenzie, as vice chair, Julia as our secretary, and Sydney as our treasurer. I'll give you a moment to read our blurbs, but as we start, I will read mine. So I'm very passionate about MIAC, and I am driven to make a difference in our community. I love to serve, and am excited about engaging and empowering young leaders in our society. I'll just give you a moment. And here are the rest of our members. We have Natalie, Tristan, Devlin, Grace, Haley, Nicholas, and Will, as well as the rest of our newly appointed members, which brings our committee to our maximum of 19, which is a high since before the pandemic, which is really awesome. Thank you again so much for your continued support and for this opportunity to share with you all. We look forward to MIAC's future and are excited about engaging youth in our community moving forward.
Thank you very much, Mackenzie. Appreciate you coming out this evening. So I'm going to let you folks clap for this delegation, but as we go forward throughout the evening, we've got about 10 more delegations, and clapping and booing in particular aren't part of the program here. Just makes it easier for us to process the delegations that are before us. I think it is appropriate that the youth committee be given applause. And Mackenzie, I know that you and your colleagues have been very energetic and are really focused on the community and the things that you can do to improve our community for youth. And I thank you very much. I know that your leader, Fran Vella, has done an excellent job.
Yes.
19 is the largest membership that the youth committee has ever had. And these are students from all over Fort Erie. All of the schools almost are represented. So we really appreciate what you're doing. Now, before you go, are there any members of council that have any questions? We receive the MIAC minutes every month or after they've been reviewed by the committee, and we review them and gives us an idea of what you're up to. And I wanted to thank you and all of your colleagues as well for things like the tree giveaway, where you were there early in the morning assisting the distribution of over 800 trees to members of our community. And I know that you've got a very active agenda coming forward. I look forward to participating in that as well. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, the next delegate, I think, is appearing, is this appearing digitally, Mr. Bender? Yeah, so that would be Gregory Bender, and he is the director of WSP, and this is with respect to the short-term rental land use study. He is in attendance.
He's in attendance in the Zoom room. So
Yep.
whenever you're ready,
Please bring him in. Good evening, Mr. Bender.
Good evening, Mayor Redekop and members of council. Appreciate you considering my request for virtual attendance so I don't make everybody sick. So if I'm permitted to begin, I'll share my screen and get going.
Please do, thank you.
If I could get some acknowledgement that you can see my screen.
We can see your screen. There's something in the middle of it right now, though.
Oh, it's the wrong screen. Why wouldn't it be? 1 second.
Okay, now we got it.
Okay, there we go. So good evening, everyone, members of council, members of the public and staff. It's my pleasure to be here this evening to talk to you about sort of the culmination of our study, which was to prepare a land use study to discuss and examine short-term rentals in the town. What I'm preparing to do this evening is to talk to you about the project purpose, which I'm sure everyone is more than aware, but just for a refresher, it can't hurt. Talk to you about the timeline, what we did as part of the process. So it included a background review, the consultation that we completed, the options that were discussed and shared at open houses, as well as the recommendations that were discussed previously, and certainly looking to talk about next steps and entertaining any questions that members of council may have for discussion this evening. As council is aware, you currently regulate short-term rentals through a licensing bylaw, but the town actually has no way of regulating where short-term rentals may be permitted, which is why the town authorized this study to really determine through potential amendments to the official plan and zoning bylaw where should short-term rentals be permitted as a generally as a primary or secondary use on a particular property in the town. And the only way you can do that is by having provisions in your official plan and zoning bylaw that identify where those uses could be, just like a residential dwelling or a commercial use or an industrial use. So we've completed 3 sort of phases of this particular project, which began with sort of our background research and consultation phase, which included a number of meetings with stakeholders, platform providers, town departments, community focus group, which included members both perhaps on either side of the discussion. We also had individual meetings with council, both the previous council members as well as current council members. We had an open house. We also sort of included all that as part of a report that was delivered to staff for review. We then moved on to the options assessment, which was sort of workshopped with the community focus group, with stakeholders, as well as an open house, to talk about the various options that could be considered through this particular assignment. We included that also in a report to staff, and then moved forward in terms of taking everything that we've heard and everything that we've reviewed and analyzed into draft recommendations, which we presented at a well-attended open house just over a month ago, and included sort of what we recommended and what we found in a final report, which is what we're here to discuss this evening at this council meeting. Should council wish to continue and want to formalize these recommendations or some variation of recommendations in the official plan and zoning bylaw, we would then go forward and prepare formal amendments to those documents and follow that statutory process for consideration by council at a later date. So as I mentioned, we undertook a background review. What that did is provided us with a foundation to really understand the surrounding policy, the existing and perhaps other regulations that might be out there. We undertook a best practices review, understanding housing affordability, all which informed sort of land use options for short-term rentals. And what we looked at is various provincial pieces of legislation and policy, ranging from Municipal Act, Planning Act, provincial policy statement, and other sort of case law from decisions at the Ontario Land Tribunal or the Local Planning Appeals Tribunal, Ontario Municipal Board, so on, whatever name they had at the particular time. We reviewed regional official plan and policy, as well as the town's documents. We looked at the town's licensing bylaw and the pilot study that was undertaken. We also looked at a number of best practices and case studies across the province as it relates to short-term rentals. And just in summary, some of the key takeaways or things that we found is that, there's not a whole lot of direction provincially or regionally as it relates to short-term rentals. It is, for the most part, a local issue. The Ontario Land Tribunal has rendered a number of decisions on short-term rentals, specifically identifying them as commercial uses, which has essentially been the tenet that we've been used through this particular assignment. And certainly commercial uses where the owner is not present or on site the majority of the time or permanently. Other municipalities where, and I use this as a caveat, where provisions are in place where they've undertaken a study and have provisions in their official plan, zoning bylaw, short-term rentals are currently being regulated as commercial uses. And as I mentioned before, the town doesn't have necessarily any particular provisions in their official plan or zoning bylaw to regulate or offer guidance for short-term rentals, which is certainly common across the province where municipalities are looking to undertake studies like this. So through the numerous consultation events that we had, and we met, through a number of sessions, as I mentioned, we met, through open houses and the attendees that attended those open houses, the community focus group, town staff, Niagara Regional Police, platform representatives, as I mentioned, the business community, general public, through just reviewing websites and providing comments, and also prior and current council members. And the information that we received ranged. I'll summarize it here, but it included that, short-term rentals are important for tourism in the absence of, hotels and motels spread appropriately across the town. Short-term rentals and associated owners help to regenerate neighborhoods and improve quality of buildings. Short-term rentals are generally appropriate in commercial areas. Owner-occupied short-term rentals may be appropriate in most areas. There are certain residential areas, such as the historic area of Crystal Beach, that might be appropriate for short-term rentals, given the legacy of the use in that particular area. Some short-term rentals create noise and are associated with gatherings that may impact or reduce the enjoyment of adjacent properties or residences. Certainly, high concentrations of short-term rentals can disrupt the local sense of community. Standalone short-term rentals are generally inappropriate in residential areas. And just a general comment that we've heard pretty much everything from we don't want them at all to we want them everywhere, and certainly everywhere in between and in various areas of the town. I'm not going to go through the options in any great detail because I believe everybody's more than familiar with them. But what we did is we prepared options that were discussed at an open house in February. And the options ranged from identifying specific zones where short-term rentals could be identified, looking at an overlay approach, which is more of an illustrative or graphical approach to identifying through lines and boundaries as to where short-term rentals could be permitted. Then with certainly combinations of an overlay and then where owner-occupied short-term rentals might be located, and looking at separation distances as well as another potential way to guide how short-term rentals are to be directed or permitted in the town. So before we get into the recommendations, I know, and you know, what we've tried to do is try to strike a balance. I know short-term rentals and the discussion about short-term rentals it can be very polarizing. Just recognizing some of the comments that we received, it's very, very difficult to try and strike a balance. But we've attempted to do so, and also being equitable and defensible. So we also have to understand that where we have a professional planning obligation to provide, you know, sort of recommendation to the town that's defensible while adhering to good planning principles. So I recognize that, you know, there are numerous opinions on this, and you know, we have ours, and certainly everyone is certainly open to having an opinion and a discussion around those. Certainly council is more than aware, and I'm not directing you, but council certainly can decide to accept all the recommendations as proposed, some or none of them, and pass a resolution to move forward however you wish. You certainly have that ability to do so. Just noting that should the town wish to identify locations, then they do have to be implemented in the official plan and zoning bylaw. So I'm going to go through these, recognizing I do have a short time period to complete my presentation. So as I mentioned, we've received a number of sort of pieces of feedback as it relates to the different types of short-term rentals. So what we're recommending is having two types of short-term rentals. One as it relates to it being the principal use on the property. So you call it a vacant dwelling that is occupied only as a short-term rental. And then we're also recommending a definition be proposed that classifies a short-term rental where it's owner occupied, and you'll understand that as I go through the recommendations. And the reason is that we believe that the impacts from each are different depending on the context. And again, this is based off the feedback that we received and based off of the best practices review and analysis that we did across the province. And then what we're doing is we're looking to have those two definitions applied in specific zones. So some of those zones relate to commercial and mixed use zones, as identified on the screen. So where you have a zone that's C1 or commercial mixed use, so C1, C2, C2A, C3, 37, and so on, as well as the mixed use zones identified with the CM, we're identifying that those zones be permitted to have a short-term rental as a standalone use. As noted, we are tying this back to case law where the Ontario Land Tribunal has rendered decisions around short-term rentals and them being commercial. So we are tying this back to the commercial nature of these particular zones. Similar to the recommendation number 3 as it relates to the R2B zone being the historical Crystal Beach neighborhood, used for, we'll call it the vacation public or cottages for a number of years, as you're all aware. It is also where the majority of the currently licensed STRs are located, and also represents certainly the majority of the feedback they received that Crystal Beach is a reasonable location for short-term rentals. Again, recognizing and tying the recommendations back to the commercial nature or vacationing nature of Crystal Beach, the town of Crystal Beach. This is just an illustration depicting where the majority of the licenses are in the town, the majority being within the Crystal Beach area, and certainly dispersed, as you can see, either in some of the settlement or urban areas, and certainly some along the waterfront as well, ranging all the way from Port Albano all the way up to you know, the bridge and beyond. And just for also some context as well, so what we're recommending is focusing on specific zones, as I mentioned, the commercial mixed-use zones as well as the R2B zone. It does represent areas where the majority of the short-term rentals are licensed, which is primarily Crystal Beach. And we did receive a lot of feedback, and I know, you know, I know there's a lot of feedback about opening up or permitting short-term rentals along the waterfront. We couldn't necessarily do that because there was no other municipality in Ontario where they've done that, and it would be precedent setting, and we have no case law or information to back that up to provide the town with a defensible recommendation. So I just wanted to provide that context. It's not that we're ignoring, it's just we couldn't find a mechanism to just permit them across the waterfront. If the town had a zoning bylaw perhaps where there was a zone that permitted cottages or somewhat of a seasonal type of residential use or even some sort of commercial use along the waterfront, we could tie that back to the commercial discussion around short-term rentals and their particular use. So I just wanted to provide that context. Again, I wanted to be as responsive as possible to the numerous comments we received at the last open house. And we're also recommending that the town permit owner-occupied short-term rentals throughout the town. So where this is, where the owner is occupying the property on a full-time basis, and we would permit a maximum of one short-term rental per residential property. Again, this is responding to the feedback that we received, and it seemed reasonable given, I guess, the perception that vacant or primary use STRs can have more issues on the adjacent properties than that where the owner is currently occupying the property. And I know we touched on this in the past. I just wanted to revisit this with perhaps a bit more detail.
Excuse me, Mr. Bender, how much longer do you anticipate you'll be?
2 minutes.
Okay, so can I have a resolution to extend 2 minutes? Councillor Lewis, seconded by Councillor McDermott. All those in favor? Please carry on. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So what we're suggesting is that, where we recommend zones for short-term rentals, it doesn't mean short-term rentals are prohibited elsewhere in the town. It just means that there is a process that that could be, that you could go through to permit a short-term rental on a particular property where the interest is there. I am suggesting that the town create an expedited process, perhaps with reduced fees. I'm not instructing the town on how to do that, just trying to be responsive to feedback that could be reviewed and discussed at the monthly committee meeting perhaps, or some other forum where you could review existing short-term rentals, any complaints that may be filed, and have actually a very transparent and perhaps even a quicker process than what currently exists. I do know that telling someone to go through yet another process with additional fees can be a burden, which is why I'm suggesting there might be some relief in the current process for consideration. So just in summary, we're suggesting that the town create two definitions to recognize the two separate short-term rental types, principal use and where their owner is occupied on a permanent basis. Permitting short-term rentals as a principal use in commercial mixed-use zones as well as the R2B zone. Permitting owner-occupied STRs throughout the town, and also identifying a streamlined sort of process to consider new short-term rentals where they're not otherwise permitted. And certainly, as I mentioned, and just as a reminder, Council, you can certainly choose to endorse the recommendations without changes. So in terms of summary, before I lose my voice, in terms of next steps, Council can certainly decide the path in terms of endorsing which recommendations that you'd like to proceed with. And then should Council authorize us to proceed, we would incorporate whatever motion of Council is identified into draft amendments to the official plan and zoning bylaw to carry through that statutory process and for consideration to Council at a later date. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bender. Are there any members of Council that have any questions? Thank you very much, sir. So that takes us then to the next delegation, and I understand as well, Mr. Patton, that David Walksmith is zooming in. And I want to say that for all the delegates, I believe you've all been notified by the clerk that because there are more than 5 on this particular issue for more than 5 presentations, you'll all be limited to 5 minutes, and that includes the balance of the delegations. So if you want to bring in Mr. Walksmith, please. Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Walksmith.
Good evening. I'm very happy to be here.
Well, we're happy to have you here, and I know that you know that you're under some time constraints. I don't know how fast you can talk.
You're about to be amazed.
We can listen pretty fast.
All right, great. Well, I'm very happy to join you from Montreal. I'm a professor in urban planning at the school at McGill University, and I'm one of the country's leading researchers on short-term rentals and their impacts on communities. And what I want to do today is share some kind of high-level knowledge from the research community about what we know about housing and short-term rentals, and kind of direct that a little bit at the Fort Erie situation, and kind of conclude with a quick discussion of some good principles for regulations. And just to begin, I've spent the last 5 or 6 years trying to understand the relationship between housing and short-term rentals in cities, communities across Canada. With the big question being how short-term rentals interact with issues of housing availability and affordability. And the basic story is actually very simple, which is that most short-term rentals are operating out of housing. And so if they're full-time operations, what we know is that they take housing off the market, and that tends to, you shrink the amount of supply of something and you don't shrink the demand, prices go up. Alternatively, if they're part-time operating as home-sharing arrangements, then they increase the economic value of housing. Because even if you're not interested in operating a short-term rental, if somebody else is interested in operating it out of their home, they're more likely to be able to pay a bit more for that house, and it drives up the cost of housing. That's the kind of basic Econ 101 story. But what my research and other academics has shown pretty conclusively is that there are very different winners and losers from short-term rentals in communities. And specifically, the operators of short-term rentals, of course, are the major winners. If they're home sharers, they earn some side income. And if they're operating full-time or dedicated commercial operations, kind of seasonally or for the whole year, then usually the reason that they're offering the short-term rentals is because they stand to make more money than they would if they were to rent out the property to a tenant, or if they were to sell it to an owner-occupier. Those are the winners. And what our research has found is the losers are, in a much more diffuse way, kind of everybody else who pays more for housing. And just to kind of put some numbers on this, we recently concluded a study looking at the province of British Columbia, where we found that every one dedicated short-term rental per 100 rental units in the community predicts that average rents in the neighborhood would be $49 higher per month. And it's kind of hard to put a context on that number, but what we found is that if you look at the 3 years prior to the pandemic, the growth in commercial short-term rentals actually accounts for 1/5 of all the rent increases in the entire province of British Columbia. And one of the things that we found is that this is not just a big city issue. Prior to the pandemic, short-term rentals were going around 3 times faster in small towns and rural areas than they were in big urban regions. Another thing I want to quickly mention is that we've been doing research which isn't yet published about what predicts when communities are in favor or opposed to short-term rentals. And what we found is that it's not a question of the number of short-term rentals in a community, rather it's an issue of housing vulnerability. In neighborhoods where there are lots of commercial short-term rentals, where housing is unaffordable, where there are lots of renters and lots of newcomers, they tend to be negatively disposed to short-term rentals. So the bottom line from a research perspective is that communities don't object to short-term rentals, they object to short-term rentals making their housing situation worse. And the evidence actually is pretty clear across Canada, and in Ontario, the short-term rentals are making a lot of people's housing situation worse. So I don't have time to go into all of the data in Fort Erie, but just to note a couple of trends that I think are important for kind of contextualizing the conversation. So this is about a year out of date. I have data on Fort Erie going through 2022. This is the number of actual listings that are available for rent every day on Airbnb and on Vrbo. And what we see is that before the pandemic, there's a lot of seasonality, but they were getting higher and higher. So about 170 in the summer of 2017, about 220 in the summer of 2018, about 250 in the summer of 2019. The pandemic really changed that. We were back to that period of strong growth. And I think we're going to see record-setting numbers of short-term rentals in the future. The second is that, depending on what time you're looking at, between a third and half of all short-term rentals in Fort Erie have been operated by hosts that operate multiple short-term rentals at the same time. In other words, it's not one property, it's several properties being operated simultaneously. And the third, and this is kind of my favorite graph because I like the rainbow colors here, the concentration of revenue owned by short-term rental hosts in Fort Erie is very highly concentrated. Just 10% of hosts own the majority of all the revenue on the platform in 2021 and 2022. So there are lots of operators, but a very small number of them are the ones who are driving the economy. So the bottom line here is that short-term rentals are very likely growing quickly again after the pandemic, and that's going to have a predictable impact on housing costs. And second, a very small portion of operators are responsible for most of the short-term rental earnings. So to conclude, the question on regulation, this is, the baby in the bathwater moment for me, right? You want to keep the baby, you want to throw out the bathwater. In this case, the baby is the positive economic impact of tourism in communities. The bathwater is reduced housing supply and affordability. And so this is my final slide. I think 3 very strong principles are that regardless of specific rules, all short-term rental hosts should be required to register so you can get information about who's operating. And second, restricting short-term rentals to principal residences, particularly when you're dealing with non-kind of dedicated vacation homes, like homes that are suitable for 12-month occupation. This is low-hanging fruit for addressing housing problems. And lastly, I encourage municipalities to prioritize actual home sharing over commercial short-term rentals. Short-term rental markets used to be dominated by home sharing. That has changed a lot, but actually the evidence is clear that home sharing keeps more of the economic benefits local and would actually kind of be a net positive for the community instead of dedicated short-term rentals on a commercial basis. So with that, thank you very much for your time. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Walksmith. Are there any members of council? Councillor Dubanow.
Yeah, thank you very much, Your Worship, and thank you very much for your presentation, Professor. I've actually looked into some of your work, and you've been spoken of very highly, so I appreciate you being here tonight. You had mentioned during your presentation about the growth in short-term rentals and some of the challenges. Do you think a cap on the number of short-term rentals in a community would be beneficial to help address such a situation?
I think it's certainly one option that can work. I mean, I think that my preference is that I'm a big believer in home sharing. So in other words, I think that allowing more people to operate short-term rentals out of their own homes on a kind of part-time basis and being more restrictive to commercial full-time operations, from an evidence perspective, better supports kind of weighing costs and balances. So I think that something that some communities have been considering is a cap on the number of commercial full-time or dedicated short-term rentals and being more permissive in the kind of home sharing side of things. That's kind of where my recommendations tend to fall.
And if I may continue, Your Worship. So you're not aware that we already have a cap in place on the number of short-term rentals in Fort Erie?
Right. So the thing is that I want to make a distinction between between what's written and what's effective, in the sense of what we see here on the slide is, a kind of a steady increase in the number of short-term rentals being operated, which doesn't distinguish between the ones that are operated out of people's homes and the ones that are operated on a commercial basis. So again, my kind of broad recommendations on this tend to be, let's restrict the number of the commercial short-term rentals, and let's be more permissive. In other words, I don't think we need to talk about caps for what's happening in the principal residence space. And right now, the cap doesn't distinguish, because between those two things.
Okay, and I appreciate that, Professor, because we do have a cap of 250 in Fort Erie for licensing, and any number above that is actually not permitted. So when you mentioned rapid growth, we wouldn't be able to climb above that 250 number based on our current regulatory framework in Fort Erie right now. Another question, if I may, Your Worship, do you think it would be beneficial if we put regulations in on new subdivisions or other methods to ensure that new housing supply that comes into the community would not be utilized for these commercial short-term rental purposes?
I think that commercial short-term rentals are the commercial land uses. The OT has been very clear about that, and so they're in general not going to be appropriate for residential areas. I think if the goal of new subdivisions is to build new housing, then it doesn't make sense to allow commercial short-term rentals in those subdivisions.
Thank you. 2 more questions, Your Worship, if I may. With regard to a community such as ours, which is very, seasonally tourism dependent, and we also have a challenge with hotel accommodations. We have practically none. We do, but it's a very, very small number. How do you think we reconcile the ability to, foster our tourism economy and actually provide accommodations for residents who come to Fort Erie when we don't have the availability of hotel spaces relative to the concerns of short-term rentals?
Yeah, it's a great concern. It's one that I've heard in a lot of communities I've worked with across the country. I think that there are kind of 2 answers here. So the first is that there's a stock of dedicated vacation properties, and I think it's very appropriate that people can use whatever technology they want to book into those properties, right? So that there's you've got some dedicated vacation properties. They've been rented for a long time, but now they're being rented on Airbnb or Vrbo. It makes sense to permit that in some form or another. What I've found in my research, looking at a bunch of different locations in Canada, is that if we dialed out the clock, more of the short-term rental activity was happening in home sharing. And that's actually kind of a resource which is available in part to kind of, to deal with the predictable surge that you're going to get every summer, where, part of that can be their dedicated vacation homes, a part of that can be if there are people who have some excess space or they're going on a trip of their own, they can have welcome visitors into their own homes. To me, the level that's available, that comes with the least number of drawbacks in terms of the impact on long-term residents, quality of life and housing affordability is the home sharing loan. And that's the one that I would kind of encourage, kind of pulling on.
No, and thank you for that. I really appreciate that input. And just one last question. Are you here out of your own interest? Have you been retained by anyone to speak on their behalf? I'm just curious. It's not very often we get professors of your stature speaking from Montreal, so I'm a little surprised, and I that's just why I'm asking.
Yeah, of course. No, I was invited to attend by residents of the community. I haven't been paid or anything like that. I actually do this a fair amount. I was actually just speaking in Sutton, in the Eastern Townships here in Quebec, which is actually a kind of a similar size community. Their city council, so the research I do, I think it's in the public interest. So my policy is if anybody invites me to this kind of thing, I don't have another engagement, I'm very happy to come and speak to these issues.
No, and I appreciate that. I'm happy you came because, like I said, you have a reputation and a prominence within this issue, and it's quite good to have you speak on this issue tonight in Fort Erie. Thank you very much, Your Worship. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dubanow. Councillor Noyes.
Thank you, Mayor Redekop. To you, Mr. Washman. In regards to just trying to get some definitions, you refer to home sharing. Is home sharing the same thing as owner-operated?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, because I think you may have lost some people with the home sharing because did you have an opportunity of looking at the recommendation from Lekai report?
I did.
Okay, so because they refer to it as home sharing and
not
home sharing, they refer to it as owner operator, and they strongly recommend, and one of the recommendations is that it be allowed throughout the town.
Although, actually, I should say that I think that, that my usage of it is, I think it lines up, when I was testifying at the OLT about this, one of the issues that came up was the question of accessory dwelling units. I don't consider an accessory dwelling unit on the property kind of home sharing in that sense. I think the OLT found the same, but yeah, broadly speaking, you live there, so home sharing, that's what I think.
Okay, so yours is that, I get the distinction. In regards to the, I think Councillor Dubanow talked about new subdivisions and having short-term rentals in new subdivisions. And I wasn't sure whether you talked about commercial, with there's no commercial area in the subdivision. It's like totally residential, like let's say 200 new homes. Are you recommending putting aside home sharing? Because again, I think our recommendation is that owner-operated is fine. Are you recommending that some of those new buildings, those new homes should be commercial short-term rentals?
No, I'm suggesting that when there's, I think that probably realistically speaking, you've got dedicated vacation homes and you've got short-term rental permits which have been handed out. Right now, if there are new residential subdivisions being built, I think it would be, kind of a missed, I think it would be a mistake to permit commercial short-term rentals in those new subdivisions.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. One thing I didn't see in your presentation, I know you're limited to 5 minutes and there's probably hours of more information you could tell us. You didn't touch on the base of the sense of community. You talked a lot about the price of the value of the homes and the income, etc., but you didn't talk about the sense of community of a short-term rental. Well, what a lot of short-term rentals will do, like we've talked about ghost hotels, and we've talked about the noise and the garbage and whatever, and also the good things that happen with the economical benefit and things like that. Do you have any thoughts on the sense of community? What the short-term, like if there's, I'm not saying if there's one every 2 blocks. I'm saying like if there's a large number, let's say 50% of the homes in a particular area, or even let's say 20% of the homes in a particular area, how do they affect the sense of community?
Yeah, it's a good question, and you're right. If the 15-minute version of the presentation would certainly have addressed this. I'm an academic. I like to kind of base my opinions on evidence where I can get it. And this is an area where I wouldn't say that there's a huge amount of evidence, but what there is makes it pretty clear that that a relatively high density of full-time short-term rentals has detrimental impacts on quality of life in neighborhoods. And it specifically does, the kind of the core issue is that visitors tend to be living kind of different lives than residents are, even though it's the same person, right? When I travel, I'm on vacation, and that means I'm going to be staying up later. I'm going to be doing, on a Monday night from morning, I'm getting the kids to bed and heading to sleep myself. But if I'm on vacation, it's a different story. So those, so I think the research is pretty clear on this, that too many commercial short-term rentals in an area will generate some of those negative impacts.
And one last question, if I may, and it's totally coming from left field, and you didn't touch about it, but because you're from Quebec, and I know that Quebec has now had provincial licensing, I understand, for short-term rentals.
Right.
What are your comments on that? Good,
Well,
bad?
as it turns out, I've had actually quite a lot of role in setting up that system. I've been working with the province very closely for a number of years. I think it's getting a lot better, and I think it's in a place now where it's pretty good. And actually, I've had the opportunity to be speaking with some folks in the province of Ontario, where I've been suggesting they may want to take a look at what Quebec's doing. So I want to be honest about it, because I feel like I have had at least some responsibility for the way it looks, the way it does. But I think it's a pretty good system now.
And I'm sorry, I do have one question on that. What precipitated the provincial licensing?
There's been a new law that's just been proposed, which was specifically, a response to the tragic fire that happened in Montreal, where 7 people died in an illegal short-term rental. But the original licensing scheme came about because the province was realizing that individual municipalities were not well placed to each develop their own registration systems for short-term rentals, because the needs are very common across communities, and that there are serious economies of scale for the province to take that on their own. I think that's an approach that I think is resonating in BC. My expectation is that we're going to see some announcements like that from the provincial government there. In Ontario, the conversation isn't quite there yet, but I think we're seeing go that way. The principle that I always talk about here is let the province do the work of gathering all the information, let communities set their priorities for what they want to permit. But save you the hard work of having to set up the system. If the province can just do it once for the whole province.
Thank you very much.
Anyone else? Mr. Walksmith, just you did make reference to the connection between the short-term rentals and the housing situation in communities. And I wonder if you could just, I know you were blowing through your presentation, but I wonder if you could just maybe articulate what that connection is, and why your comment that STRs make a lot of people's housing situation worse.
Right. Yeah, because it's really the kind of the crux of the matter. So this is kind of reflecting my own research on this, as well as what I think it's a pretty close to universal finding from academics across the world. The basic story is that our housing systems are quite supply constrained. That right now, we've been seeing escalating housing prices, and that in that kind of situation, when buildings that could be serving as long-term housing are instead serving as short-term rentals, you're effectively reducing the supply of housing that's available to residents. And so that, the kind of, again, from kind of supply-demand, kind of basic economics perspective, what we'd expect kind of theoretically is that if you shrink the supply of housing and you don't change the demand, that prices will go up. And empirical research has found that that's the case. So I've done some of this research in Canada. There have been a lot of several studies on this in the United States, but pretty much all come to the same conclusion, which is that mainly by kind of just simply shrinking the effective supply of housing, you cause housing prices to go up. There's a second channel, which I think is less important, but also exists, which is that even if you're not getting rid of the housing, the fact is that short-term rentals are very lucrative, and so they increase the economic value of the houses, of the kind of structures, because someone is saying, I want to live in this place. Someone else says, well, I'm going to rent it out and I'm going to make a lot of money. They outbid the person who wants to live in the house. And so, so the result is that kind of both for, in terms of reducing supply, but also by increasing the economic value of properties, more short-term rentals tend to equal higher housing prices.
So that somewhat feeds into the second question I had, which relates to those properties that are owned by people who don't live in the property. They're an investment. And have you found any connection between how much an investor will pay for a property and whether that has an impact on the market pricing?
Yeah, so these things I'll say as a disclaimer that it can be quite difficult to kind of get precise numbers on some of these issues. They're just quite tricky to nail down. But at kind of a high level, one of the things that the availability of short-term rentals has done to, in the specific situation you're describing is it's kind of increased the pool of people who might be bidding for the property. Because you have people who weren't considering living in the community, but they are interested in operating it as an investment property. And for the same reason, even with the supply stays the same, if you increase the number of people interested in bidding on that supply, again, the kind of what you'd expect to see is prices going up. And again, that's what what evidence shows.
Great. So I'm finished. Are there any other councillors? Thank you very much, Mr. Walksmith. We very much appreciate your information and your response to our questions. Thank you.
My pleasure.
Okay, then that takes us to the next delegate, which is Karen Vandermeulen. Good evening, Ms. Vandermeulen.
Good evening, Your Worship, councillors. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you for allowing me to be here this evening. So I'm here to, do you have a slide deck there? I'm here to share with you a petition from the residents of Fort Erie. This petition, don't see it now? Just a little bit. No problem, thanks.
Is this a petition that's been provided to the clerk?
It's been provided in a slide deck as well as a web link, yes. Okay, so is there a way to advance?
Just a little keyboard there, you'll see the keys on the right hand.
Okay, there you go. That's just the, there is a link at the bottom of it, and you can read further about it. And, but this was launched in early 2023, and there was a very rapid uptake by word of mouth and others. And basically the petition statement, we, the undersigned, petition the Town of Fort Erie Planning Department and municipal councillors to please follow proper planning principles and preserve and protect our neighborhoods. Prohibit full-time, dedicated, short-term rentals in all residential zones. As of today, we have 1,061 signatures on this petition. I invite you to check out the web link, and there's a lot more details and a lot of passionate responses included. The overriding predominant message is that Fort Erie doesn't want short-term rentals in residential zones, and that is the message. So regarding the town planning memo that came out in preparation for this meeting, we read about a strong community feedback requesting inclusion of all waterfront and waterfront rural as permitted zones for waterfront short-term rentals. We did, in the brief, there was not included the evidence of the support, and I'm sure it's there, but the land use study report presented by the WSP consultants included 5 letters supporting the inclusion of the waterfront and 55 letters supporting WSP's overall recommendations and thus opposing the inclusion of waterfront short-term rentals, precisely because they are residential neighborhoods. They're our homes. Of course, the test, does this represent good use planning? I trust the planning and development officials will use this test as they move forward with the process. It is unequivocal at this point that commercial operations have no place in residential zones. The recommendations put forward by WSP incorporate a lot of other options that would fall within the categorization of sound land use planning. Zoning is a sacred promise between a municipality and a homeowner that defines allowable uses and that they won't be indiscriminately changed. So when a citizen buys a house in a strictly residential neighborhood, they expect the municipality to honor that promise. If Fort Erie attempts to allow commercial operations in residentially zoned neighborhoods, they're breaking the promise. My family invested in Fort Erie. With due diligence, we purchased our property in a designated residential zone. I rely on all of you to uphold your bylaw promise to me, my family, and to all the others that have made Fort Erie their home. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you very much, Ms. Van der Meulen, for your presentation. And I just want to remind the audience that I know you're all very passionate about this. It doesn't help, the clapping doesn't help. I know that you appreciate the delegations, and we appreciate hearing from both sides because we're trying to make a difficult decision. Are there any members of council that have any questions? Councillor Noyes, and before I go there, Madam Clerk, can you make sure that the presentation is forwarded to members of council so that we can check the link? Councillor Noyes.
Thank you, Mayor Redekop, through you to Ms. Van der Meulen. Thank you for your presentation. My question is in regards to owner-occupied short-term rentals. I'm not sure if your petition that you had out there made any differentiation between privately, like basically.
Home occupation or home sharing?
Yes.
No, this was directed specifically at hotels, as in dedicated commercial establishments that often have investors from out of town that are not home sharing or anything like that. This is what it was, dedicated short-term rentals.
Do you have your own thoughts on owner-occupied, or how they refer to it as home sharing for short-term rental?
My own thoughts, personally, I will reflect on that. From my perspective, when you own a home, you care about your home, you care about who's there, and I think there could be a very nice and very easy compromise there.
Thank you.
Any other members of council? Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you for the presentation. Just one question. In the petition and in your presentation, you reference good planning principles, and I'm just wondering if you might be able to speak to what would those principles of good planning be?
I think the good planning principles are very well defined by LPAT or OLT, or the Ontario Land Tribunal, around making sure that the decisions that are made, if short-term rentals are allowed in specific zones, that they're compatible with the environment that they are permitted in. It has been an established principle that good planning principles reflect that commercial operations do not belong in residential zones.
Thank you for that clarity.
You're welcome.
Any other members of council? Councillor Dubanow.
Yeah, thank you very much, Your Worship. And just to follow up to Councillor Lewis's question, are you aware that the OLT did make a decision in the municipality of Oro Medonte? I believe I'm pronouncing it correctly, and if I'm not, I apologize. And they actually said that, I'm just looking here, that STRs that are operating without major issues should not be prohibited without cause. Are you aware of that planning principle that the OLT had ruled on?
I think that's very recent and under appeal, is it not, by the municipality themselves. The municipality is appealing that decision.
It's an OLT ruling. You just said it was established by LPAT and OLT.
No, I thought that in terms of Oro Medonte, that particular discussion is under appeal with the municipality is appealing that. I'm not sure though. I can
Who are
look
they
into
appealing
them.
it
To OLT.
But it's an OLT ruling.
To the divisional court.
I'm just asking questions. Your
No,
Worship.
I know you're asking questions, and
I don't know the fulsome, but I definitely can put you in touch with people who are very close to the situation. I believe it's divisional courts.
Okay.
the municipality is appealing at a divisional court level.
So,
That would be a judicial review.
And if I may, Your Worship, so in that case then, would you argue that the good planning principles have not been established by OLT yet, if we're still dealing with appeals?
Actually, from what I've been able to ascertain, Mr. Dubanow, the number of municipalities that have undergone this process and have had rulings read are consistently in that neighborhood of it makes good planning principles to separate commercial use from residential zones. And I think that there is overwhelming. I think WSP has provided that in their background docket as well, all the research that they've done to provide the same information to you.
And if I may, the Oro Bidante ruling was actually in the WSP report. That's actually where I read it from.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much, Your Worship.
Thank you.
Any other members of council? Thank you very much, Ms. Vandermeulen.
Thank you.
That then takes us to Laura Kozlowski. Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you for letting me speak this evening. I just want to say thank you for that last presentation, because I do own a commercial property, but I haven't been able to run a short-term rental in a commercial property, which I find astounding because that's why I purchased the commercial property. So I was very perplexed to find that out. And also the arbitrary number of 49 versus 50 versus 51. I think that when we're talking about numbers, we need to be able to justify numbers. And so I guess it takes me, if you want to put my presentation up, then I can address that. But I want to start also by saying protect and share the land, which is how we started today. Thank you for honoring and recognizing First Nations people and the treaties. In the spirit of this, when I put this together very quickly, it was to work together for a prosperous Fort Erie. And I feel very fortunate to be here, to be a property owner in Fort Erie. I have property elsewhere, but I have to say that this is probably one of the most beautiful places. I think our whole Niagara region, thinking about Lake Erie, Lake Ontario, and the Niagara River, we're truly blessed, and I don't want to ever take that for granted. So in my humble opinion, I feel honored that I do own the property and that I'm able to share that property on this glorious Lake Erie, which is one of our Great Lakes, which is unique and special to the rest of the world. So I'm going to start with that. Whoops. I can do that. So when I was approaching this, I was looking at, significant geographical significance and historical significance of the town of Fort Erie. And when I look at it as, the Great Lakes. I look at it as the largest body of fresh water in the world. I look at the climate, the lake effect, not really the microclimate. I guess I was thinking of Niagara on the Lake there, but the Great Lake effect. And also the fact that we're on a Canadian-U.S. border. I believe that these are all very significant. I also love history. I love architecture. And I happen to be fortunate enough to own the Waterworks building with access right across the street to the beach. And I did my research and I looked at, how did this area get established, and reading the stories and talking to local people about the healing waters of Crystal Beach. Also, and I put some links there for you to check out if you'd like and to share. One term came up ongoing again was Chautauqua, and we have a Chautauqua in Niagara on the Lake. I consider Crystal Beach Chautauqua, as many people did when they established it in the 1920s. And if we go back and look at the history, it's all about good, clean fun. I think it was like sort of the first time that people that had a little bit of money could actually afford to take time off and vacation and philosophize and discuss things in a very natural, very beautiful place like Crystal Beach, and I think that's been the draw all along. So when I look at Fort Erie, I don't look at I look at Fort Erie as being a vast area, but I divide it into three areas. I look at Fort Erie proper, which includes the border and all the large stores along Garrison Road, and the fort itself, the historical significance of the fort. There are lots of restaurants, things like that. Then I look at Ridgeway, and I think of Ridgeway as a wonderful suburban community with a fantastic elementary school and just all these new builds that are going up there, and I see, you know, shopping on the main street there, and I think of that as a designated area. And when I think of Crystal Beach, I think of the history, the big bands, the dance hall, the roaring 20s, the 30s, and I can drive all over there and look at all the architectural influences that are there right in Crystal Beach. The talk about the amusement park that used to exist, the biggest roller coaster, wooden roller coaster, the horse racing and animal husbandry farms that surround us in the entire Fort Erie. And of course the fort there as well. But I think that when we're looking and considering what we are this evening, I think it's a big decision. I'm so glad that everyone took the time, and I can see that over time we've sort of come together on a lot of the issues in the sense that, you know, suburban areas, sure, Revenue Canada says you can have a home-based business and you can have 1 bedroom out of 4, and that can be that's an owner-occupied business, and it's a bed and breakfast. Airbnb is not a bed and breakfast. It's a short-term rental where the owner is not present, and I want to make that clarification. Airbnb is a software program, so it doesn't have to be an Airbnb. It's actually a short-term rental, and we tend to use those terms loosely when we say Airbnb or VRBO. Those are all non-owner occupied. So for myself, I think that commercially designated properties, we do have to honor our zoning, because that's why the zoning is there. We can't negate zoning. So zoning for commercial is commercial. Why it was ever put in together with residential in a discussion about short-term rentals, to me, it doesn't fit at all. A commercial property is a commercial property, a residential is a residential. Now, when we look at residential, yes, we look at owner-occupied. There are many families that invested and want to stay there because it's a family home, and if they want to have a home-based business and they're allowed according to safety regulations, infrastructure, this kind of thing, then sure, then we have those policies, we have those bylaws in place already. You can't sell cupcakes from your home. If you do, you have to meet the health regulations of Niagara Regional Health. You have to have a second kitchen, and those rules and regs are already in place. If you want to have a home-based business, you have to only do it in up to 25% of your home. But commercial shouldn't be in the discussion, and I'm still trying to get my short-term rental license for my property at 4100 Erie. I have 1 out of 4, and that shouldn't be the case. It shouldn't be a discussion. So having said that, also I want to go back to the professor.
Ms. Kozlowski, you're at 5.5 minutes. How much longer do you think you're going to be?
I have 5 slides. I'll go quickly.
Well, you've got a minute.
Okay. Those are the 3 areas I spoke of that I was dividing up. I'm looking at Crystal Beach. We only have maybe 6 months of a disturbance in Crystal Beach. It's more like 3 months, June, July, and August, so I think we have to consider that. We also have to consider short-term rentals to support all those businesses and to support the economy that we want to generate and create, because we don't have a lot of other businesses here, so we have to think about that. We have to think about the difference between commercial and residential, and what that looks like in terms of permits and taxes and structures, and looking at health and safety, basically. And any decision we make, we have to be able to justify it, qualify it, and defend it. So that was my question about 249 versus 251. Where did that number come from? Also location, Garrison Road. Do we really look at commercial properties on Garrison Road as short-term rental? No, we think of the beach. We're coming to Crystal Beach. So these are things we need to consider. Also, renewal applications. I know people that have had bed and breakfast since 2019, and I can't get a short-term rental license, and they are residential homes, and I can't figure that out for the life of me. What is the purpose of a zoning then? And first come, first serve, why are we doing that? Why not have a criteria that everyone has to live by? Because it's going to be different. It's going to be difficult to distinguish. We have to live by a criteria that we set. And so when I looked at these areas too, I qualified them according to what is there. Whether, do we do festivals there? Do we have a drugstore there? Are there gas stations there?
You're now some bit over the 5 minutes. You've got a PowerPoint presentation. I presume that you've provided it to the clerk?
I have.
And so I would ask the clerk to make sure that you forward that to members of council. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Councillor Noyes has a question. Councillor Noyes.
Thank you, Mrs. Kozlowski. Hey, I said it right, I think. In regards to Your comment, you have 1 out of 4. I'm not quite sure what 1 out of 4 means.
I have 4 units in my building that's CMU2 zoned, and I have, so I can do both residential, commercial. I have 2 residential, I would like to do 2 commercial.
Okay, is it all in that Waterworks building?
It is.
Did that Waterworks building,
Is CMU2 zoned, is commercially zoned.
I think I know the building. Was that not apartment buildings before?
It's always been commercially zoned. And
No,
the
no, I'm
per-
not saying it's commercially zoned. Was it not?
There are 4 suites in the building, they're
Yes.
2-bedroom suites, yes.
Yes,
And
and-
the person that ran the property before was doing short-term rentals before the licensing was introduced, and that's why I bought it as a commercial property. Do the same thing.
Thank you. The reason you don't have a license is because of the cap? I'm just trying to understand that.
The cap, last May, I've been trying to get a license since last May, yes, and I was told no, I couldn't. And then I applied this year, but the application form was not on the website, so I called the hotline and I asked information from the person on the hotline, and they gave me the wrong information. So when I applied, I did it according to our discussion without looking at the application, and it was the wrong information, and so therefore, I was given 1 license instead of 2. I'm only asking for 2, which is half the building, for CMU2 zoned.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure there wasn't another issue beside the cap.
No.
So,
Well,
in regards to you talk about owner-occupied, is how I refer to it. You talked about that there would be 1 bedroom or whatever. That's not, is that your understanding, there's a home occupied, it could only be 1 bedroom?
In other municipalities, when we say owner-occupied according to Canada Revenue Agency, or a business out of a home, it's up to 25% of the home. So if you have a 4-bedroom home, it's like 1 bedroom.
Okay, I don't
Basically, that's how I came up with that.
Okay, you forgot about Stevensville, Black Creek, and Bridgeburg, just
Sorry.
just to mention.
I said surrounding areas.
And you asked the 250, why the 250? You wanted to know why, if I can
Yes.
answer that, is that at the time, 250 was the number of short-term rentals we had at the time, and the growth was exponential, so we knew we had to start getting a handle on it and think about zoning, and then unfortunately COVID happened, and
That's why I figured that was still in the works, that number, so I just brought it up,
It was a
though.
number that existed at the time, and we
Okay.
thought, okay, we have to kind of put the brakes on this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kozlowski. Oh, sorry, Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you for the presentation. I just want to clarify, you were also not able to get a license for your commercially zoned property because of the moratorium that was in place?
Correct.
Correct. And the other question that I have is, are you aware that the number before 250 was 300?
To me, a number, you have to justify that number, so it doesn't really matter to me what the number is. I'm more concerned about zoning, location, history, like, yeah, those
And I
things.
too have been trying to get a justification on the number.
Because we have to justify that number. I don't know how that would work.
Anyone else? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next delegate is Scott Lamb.
How do you do?
Doing well.
Good. Glad to see you all. Sorry I interrupted it. That was not a very fair question for someone who was a lawyer. I'm a lawyer. I'm here to speak to this issue because I'm passionate about it. And I want to thank you all for your service. I'm glad you're here. It takes guts to come and serve. I serve politicians at Queen's Park, and I try and do my best for everyone, whatever the shade of government it is. So I think you should be thanked for your service, and I know it's a difficult issue and hard work. I'm here to present, to make submissions that were provided earlier. I didn't realize that the clerk wouldn't be providing them in advance to you so that you have the opportunity to review them before I spoke to you. So I have to have an amalgam of the presentation that I originally thought that I would give. But you have the submission now, and it was meant to give you a compromise on a difficult issue, because the report essentially said that you couldn't do, and I say you know, as a waterfront owner, you couldn't do what you'd done for 100 years, which is to rent your house when you wanted to defray some costs, or because you wanted to rent it out for your cousins from wherever. You know, we all know that everyone's rented out waterfront properties for 100 years, but it was always by the owners. You know, no one's ever complained about the owners. There's never been an issue. No one's been up in arms like this. Have you ever seen everyone in the waterfront up in arms? No, it's because things changed, you know, and things got worse. Trust me, I don't complain. I'm a solicitor. I sit deliberately not in court so that I can keep my mouth shut and write opinions. I don't like to speak publicly. I'm speaking publicly to you because, as you know, things have changed for the worse. You know, we have 3 short-term rentals on our street, one of which is operating as a yoga studio, maybe illegally, not illegally. We have a Russian or Ukrainian guy who I shouldn't say I've never met. I walked down his road and I snooped. He says, I am Volodymyr. And now he's operating a short-term rental. And there are problems because we don't know them. You know, we can't invite them. We can't have the street meeting. They don't pay the bill to do the road. The road's a private road. We got to pave the road. Please pay your bill. How many times do I have to call you to pay the bill? Come over, have a glass of wine. If you don't drink, have a Pepsi or whatever. They don't. They don't care. You know, the one short-term rental on our street is operated by a fellow from Fort Erie who grew up on the Point, and he said, I'm going to let everyone know who I'm going to rent to, and I'm going to try and do it like the old days for a couple weeks. You know, you hope for a month, you never get a month, a couple weeks. You know, and that's the problem. You know, so I was surprised that the report was as restrictive as it was, because reading it technically, it said you've got to be there, right? And we saw all of the short-term rental people come and say, well, that's not historical. And I said, I agree. It isn't historical, unless you have a back house, right? Maybe you're renting the back house out. So I sent you a proposal that I hope is workable. I'm not a municipal lawyer. I don't purport to be an expert in that area. But between bylaw regulation and zoning, to allow people to rent their own houses out, right? Because everyone has, and not everyone on the waterfront is oozing money. Some people need to rent the house out. I know a lovely old woman, she said, I rent it out to these nice Canadian people, I'm Canadian myself, for a month, and hopefully they buy it, And that's a lot of, rentals. If you look at it, it was all under, under the radar, and it was cheaper. I paid, I think, $2,000 to rent the first year. I mean, it was years ago, but they didn't go up. No one was trying to gouge anyone. No one was saying, $1,600 a night. Some woman from Toronto bought a house on our beach, on the worst part of the beach where there's algae this thick and it reeks to high heaven. She paid $3.2 million for that house. And I laughed, And then she's charging $1,600 a night. And then the first night she's in there, there's some bender and there's a domestic, because she was an ex-wrestler. And we never see her, and we never saw her. And she told the real estate agent that I knew, she said, I want to live here with my daughter. And the real estate agent who was supposed to be on that deal wasn't. And she said, she told me that exact same thing in Port Colborne. She bought 2 houses. She wants to make money. She wants to make money. She doesn't care, right? So if you want to keep people happy and you want to do what everyone has been happy with and done, is let people rent their houses out, and maybe subject to a cap, but keep the bad actors out. And as a regulatory lawyer, I can tell you, when people complain, they say, why is Bryce not doing his job? Why does it take so long? Why is that guy still operating who doesn't care about anything? And I said, well, it takes 18 months. I go, even on the balance of probabilities, you got to collect the evidence. If someone lies, I go, you know what happens if someone lies? You got to prove that they lie. It's hard. It takes 18 to 24 months, right? And even then, someone appeals and they get off, So if you let happen what always happened and let people rent their houses who care about the beach and the community wherever you are, outside of Crystal Beach, and the women here, I'm very sympathetic to people who are in commercial buildings. I mean, if you're in a commercial building or you're in a place where it's always been that way, let it happen. Of course, we don't care. What we're telling you is that things got bad. 2 women died, exceptional, but things really are bad, and people don't like to complain, I'm known as a big mouth Canadian. Canadians are quiet, right? Our American friends are here, and they feel like guests in this country, and they don't want to complain because they're being deferential, and then they don't know who to complain to, and then you got to complain at the right time, So that regulatory regime has made us all your deputies, right, to police the beach, whether it's drinking or, and I watched my poor friend who's just can't complain at all, have people urine, and I don't mean to be rude, but, party urinating on his lawn. I said, Tom, pick up the phone. Well, I don't want to complain. My father said, I was taught not to complain, right? So you deputize all of us, and it's a burden, Sometimes I had this one person in particular, I sat there and I watched him all during COVID in my cocktail hour, going down into the beach with a big machine and taking rocks out. And I said, I'm going to give you 2 weeks, because even I don't want to complain. I know it was illegal, and he wasn't supposed to do it. I said, I'm going to give you 2 weeks, because I don't want to be a jerk.
Mr. Lamb, I hate to cut you off.
Anyways, I will cut you off. You have a submission from me that says, I think it's workable from a legal perspective. I think that even if you did it and there was some question of risk that the opposition would melt, if you just allowed to happen what always happened to happen, and got rid of the people who were coming in to make money, because that's all they care about is making money. So thank you very much, and again, thank you for all your work. I appreciate all of you, and I think it's a service that you have undertaken, and I'm grateful for it.
Thank you. Before you go, Councillor Dubanow has a question.
Yes.
Yeah, and through your worship, thank you very much, Mr. Lamb, for your presentation tonight, and also the dialogue that we've had back and forth, some of the emails we've shared. I think we actually have a lot of common ground on the enforcement angle, and I completely agree with you on that, that we need to do something. My question, though, and I'm wondering if you can maybe offer some insight or how your thoughts are on this. You had mentioned the historical renting of cottages along the lake, and there's a lot of discussion right now about owner-occupied, and I'm just wondering, how do you reconcile that with the historic cottages that have been owned by Americans who are not residents? They're non-resident foreign, that they have a name under CRA guidelines, where they would not be considered an owner-occupied property, but have traditionally been rented when they're not there. Do you have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, so that's in my submission. So the report really didn't address that binational character of the community. So I said, use I'm a lawyer, you can write anything. I said, just write the word. So primary residence, there's a way to define something like St. Catherine's did short-term residence, right? So it couldn't be that word. It would have to be, it's your house. If you're an American or friends across the river, it's my house, I live here, and I want to rent out from a month or whatever, like I've always done. That can be written into the bylaw with a proper definition, And the only people, I said that actually the hardest, what's the phrase to put thread the needle? The hardest threading the needle was actually me. So a Canadian who has a seasonal residence, because I can say, well, principal residence from a tax perspective or equivalent, and I can say primary residence for an American, and then I'm like, well, that leaves me out. Now, my house was rented, and I rented, and no one's complaining about having neighbors and people who rent, and we always I had people who came every year for 2 weeks, and they were great. We got to know them, and we were sad when they left, right? They bought a place on the other side of the border. It's when this new model, which is really all about the money, right? Because when you tell me someone paid $3.2 million for the house, and then it's $1,600 a night, I am a successful person, my partner is a doctor, I am not going to pay $1,600 a night, right? And then you had the big parties. And so it's driven by the money. So, let people rent their own houses to defray costs. It's a different world. It's always been the case. And I think that people will be happy for the most part. Anyways, thank you.
No, thank you very much for that, Mr. Lamb. I think we share a lot of common ground on that, and we had the discussion about that one particular one that has been causing issues. So thank you very much, Your Worship.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councillor Christensen.
Thank you very much for your comments, Mr. Lamb. I'd like to pick your brain as a provincial civil servant.
Sure.
With respect to the comments and the discussion that Professor Wachsmuth raised around the implementation of provisions in Quebec law.
Yes.
And the fact that as I wrestle with this, there's a fundamental policy question that I keep missing.
Yes.
Because it is an issue of the disruptive platforms that have developed in the last 15 to 17 years that has caused this problem. And I'm wondering whether you could do you have any ideas about the potential for requesting the province to take a very serious look at dealing with the platform issue and the regulation of the platforms, so that it's regardless of whether they're in commercial places, that there could be some holding to accountability.
Yeah, so certainly it's an option. You saw it in Quebec. So I've advised on insurance and pension matters and, farm mutual reinsurance plan. I do economic immigration now. So not my area, but if there was uptake at Queen's Park, it would lift a burden from town councils. It would, I'm generally in favor of creating there should be a diversity of policy where there needs to be a diversity of policy. It's arguable that that's the case here. Other than I will say that Fort Erie is an exceptional place because of the binational nature of the region. So that might speak to having flexibility, right? Because, the report really, and I don't know why maybe people weren't as explicit, and I do think people don't like to be as explicit and say this is actually the way it is, right? But I would have said, listen, these are the people who live here, big chunks, right? So Americans recently are selling their houses, getting money they never thought they would, recognizing it's going to year-round Canadians, right? That's the trend, and now you have the ban on the buying of houses. So it is unique. So in this case, Fort Erie has to come up with a unique proposal that's reflective of historical reality, allows the town to, revive. I mean, we're all here. We want the town. We want new restaurants. We want people. We want people in. We just don't want the problems. And it is speaking to the sense of community. People turning over every 2 days is hugely different than even someone staying a week or 2 weeks. It's hugely different from 2 weeks. Because if someone comes for 2 weeks every year and you see them, right, you can talk to them, you can meet them, but I will tell you anecdotally, I don't have a PowerPoint presentation, that it really is rapid turnover. And my father did work for the city of Niagara Falls for years, and he said the problem with Niagara Falls is that everyone came for 2 days and never came back. I saw the falls, I'm over. So you don't want to have that. You want to have people come back. And I do challenge you to do something about local accommodation, like an inn or a tavern. There's oodles. Go on the eastern seaboard of the United States, right? Go to a ski town, right? There's oodles of places that are seasonal, that have seasonal accommodations. And Canadians are often not perhaps as adventuresome as our friends across the river, or willing to risk their money. So if there's any incentive that you can put in place to say, we'd love an inn, like, I know Jason Pizzicola did that design effort saying put those condos in, or, I know they want a tower there, do something along those lines, because I do think if you make an amazing seasonal place and you price it right, and people are willing to pay, if people are willing to pay $1,600 a night to stay on my beach with 20 feet of algae, which is insane, they ought to be willing to stay in a great inn where I get a good steak.
And where the algae may be cleaned.
Without the algae. Or get me a vacuum.
Councillor Christensen, anything further?
All right, thank you very much. Appreciate all of your work. Thank you.
Thank you. The next delegation is Aaron Dowles. Please come forward. You're the lady that wanted to be the mayor.
Yeah, not really.
I'm beginning
not
to
at
have
all,
questions
actually.
myself, yeah.
Hi, how are you? So I'm very nervous. I'm not a public speaker, so this isn't fun for me at all. But my name's Erin Dowse. I live on McDonald Drive, and I live on the waterfront. I've been a single mother and a small business owner for much of my life. So it was a real dream for me to be able to purchase my waterfront home 4 years ago, and it was by far the largest purchase I've ever made in my life. My family and I were very, very happy in our neighborhood until an Airbnb operator purchased a large classic seasonal cottage next door. However, there was a moratorium in place at the time, so I just imagined that the Fort Erie short-term rental process would put a stop to this, which I believe to be an illegal commercial operation next door to me, but I was very, very wrong. Over the spring and summer of 2022, the operator beside me continued to operate without a license. He was fined many, many times. So I was really shocked and actually kind of devastated to learn that the moratorium had been lifted, and I think arbitrarily. WSP Consulting Group was still preparing their final submissions and recommendations, yet somehow this motion was put through with no apparent regard for this process. It felt like a total lack of respect for the process, and it is the same process that I thought would protect me. Consequently, the operator next door has had all of his fines appealed and reversed, and now has a short-term license pending. I have reached out to the bylaw officer and the bylaw office, and then just anybody who would answer the phone in bylaw. I've left, I think, 3 messages for someone named Jim McCaffrey. I believe he heads the department, but I've never received a call back. Jim, if you're here, call me. I'd love to take your call. Nobody can explain to me why or how these fines went away, but instead I was just informed that the same operator had applied for a license and would very likely receive it. I have lost all faith in your system. I've had several discussions with many of my local friends, and I understand that my story is not unique. Many people feel this way. The lack of hotels in Fort Erie and the need to generate more tourist dollars for the town should not be achieved at my expense. I pay my property taxes, I shop and eat locally, I work out at the local community center, and I show up and support almost every new business that is opened here. Any perceived economic benefits from tourism should never justify cherry-picking residential waterfront properties to be exploited for any perceived gains. I've heard both sides of the argument for over a year, but I've yet to hear one single argument that justifies treating waterfront residents differently than any other resident in Fort Erie. Waterfront properties were not historically rentals. They were seasonal and generationally owned. Any narrative to suggest otherwise only serves to meet the agenda of operators. I know finding common ground can be very challenging, but surely we can agree that false perceptions should not drive future policy decisions. On April 18th, WSP consultants acknowledged that STRs are considered a commercial use, can be disruptive, and are a challenge to the sense of community, and I believe that they are 100% correct. If commercial businesses are allowed to operate in residential zones, the staff report states that no other Ontario municipality permits as-of-right permissions across an entire waterfront. Lastly, I would like to acknowledge that not all short-term rentals are equal. An occasional rental by a principal resident is fundamentally different than the act of purchasing homes to operate as short-term rental as a primary use. By now, we all know that the Ontario Land Tribunal has defined this model as commercial use, and WSP Consulting made that very clear in the last open house. We as town residents should expect nothing less than our town council to treat residents in residential zones equally. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Dowse. Come on, folks, you know the rules. That was very good, and that was actually less than 5 minutes, but don't go away in case there's any member of council that wants to ask you any questions.
Okay.
Any member of council? Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
The next delegation then is Gregor Grant.
Thank you for
Good evening.
having. Sorry, my name is Greg Grant. It's my wife Carol. She's going to be my Nancy Reagan for the evening, provide me some moral support. So we're Canadians who live year-round on Lake Erie. We're retired and enjoy the tranquility of the waterfront and the small-town feel that Fort Erie provides. Other than the short-term rental that is beside us, all but one of the 8 homes on our street are also occupied by retirees. Let me start by saying that we fully support the latest land use study. It recognizes that STRs, and I apologize for repeating what the previous speaker said, but I think it's worth repeating. They're commercial businesses and as such should not be allowed in residential areas. We agree with this wholeheartedly. It's important to note, though, that it does allow for owner-occupied STRs, and we fully support that as well. So we were shocked to see the alternative proposal to allow STRs in residential areas on the waterfront and are completely opposed to this proposal. I asked Carol, didn't we pay our taxes? And she, of course, said yes. I consulted with our friends Jim and Ellie Kerr, who also live on the lake, and I thought maybe they hadn't paid their taxes, and they said, of course, they had as well. So we were left perplexed with, why, when the consultant said things like STRs are considered a commercial use, can be disruptive, and are a challenge to the sense community, somehow it doesn't apply to people who live on the waterfront. So I'll just pivot a little bit. So STRs for most people are a theoretical issue because they don't live beside one. I can tell you from experience, though, that if they did, they wouldn't like it. And I say for every STR, there are at least 2 unhappy neighbors, the ones on each side of the STR. And my neighbor to our west, who lives on the other side of the STR, also sent a letter to council expressing very similar opinions. The STR, and when you look at it, all the costs all in, rents in the range of about $2,000 per night. And when people stay there, they party the whole time. We get constant guest turnover, and it's like having the Canada Day weekend repeat every 2 or 3 days. Our experience on the waterfront as well is that most guests remain at the STR their entire time. I mean, they're spending $2,000 on the waterfront. Why would they go anywhere else? They don't go out to local restaurants, other than we've had people that go to Niagara Falls and go to wineries, but they're all outside of Fort Erie. Bylaw enforcement is also quite theoretical, because, you know, we're forced to police. We call the enforcement office, and if and when they come, the officer arrives, but they personally have to experience and see the infraction. So that makes it rather difficult. You know, if the activity has ended, how can you have someone? I mean, we had a tent on the lake, and we were told, I remember that thing, there's no tents. Well, what the bylaw officer told us, well, you can't sleep in the tent. So effectively, the bylaw officer would have to come back at 11 and see if those people were sleeping in the tent before it would be a violation. Anyway, but all of these issues seem to have been implicitly recognized by the report. STRs are commercial businesses and shouldn't be allowed in residential areas. So getting back to our main point regarding waterfront STRs, let me read from page 71 of the report. Permitting STRs as a right, meaning as the primary use and not including owner-occupied STRs, across the entire waterfront, including the waterfront residential zone and waterfront rural residential zone, is not aligned with any other municipality in Ontario, either with similar or completely different amenities and attributes. As established above, the OLT has determined that STRs are a commercial use and the waterfront zones are residential in nature and do not permit any commercial uses. I'll repeat that. The OLT has determined that STRs are a commercial use and the waterfront zones are residential in nature and do not permit any commercial uses. It goes on. Unlike the R2B zone, where the intent was to recognize the built-in character of historically cottage area of Crystal Beach, there is no clear land use rationale available at this time that suggests waterfront zones were intended to recognize cottage or vacation rental issues. As noted, permitting STRs along the town's waterfront would also be precedent-setting and not something that any other municipality in Ontario has allowed. And it goes on to list Huntsville, Bracebridge, Muskoka Lakes, Wasaga Beach, the town of Blue Mountains, South Bruce Peninsula, Goderich, Lambston Shores, and Port Colborne. So to conclude, we fully support the recommendations, but vehemently disagree with the alternatives as written. We see no reason, and the report does not find any reason, to treat waterfront residential and waterfront rural residential any different from other residential areas. Therefore, STR should not be allowed in any residential zones. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Grant. Are there any members of council that have any questions? Councillor Noyes.
Thank you, Mayor Redekop. Through you to Mr. Grant. Mr. Grant, you didn't comment, or I just wondered what your thoughts on owner-occupied.
But no, I did say at the beginning that we fully supported owner-occupied STRs.
Sorry, I missed that. Thank you.
That's okay.
Any other members of council? Thank you. Oh, Councillor Dubanow.
Yeah, thank you, Worship. And just through you, a quick clarification. Do you mean any municipalities that have short-term rental regulations do not permit on the waterfront, or any municipalities in Ontario?
I'm just quoting the report. It's an absolute quote of the report.
Okay, because there are municipalities in Ontario that do permit short-term rentals.
This is what's written in the report.
And I appreciate that, but I can go to Haldeman County right now and operate a short-term rental.
You should have commented to WSP.
Okay,
no, and that's why I wanted the clarification, because they set a regulatory framework.
Okay, Councillor Dubanow, the report talks about the entire waterfront. That's the context.
Yes.
So in any event, that's what the report says, and that's fair enough. Okay, thank you very much.
Great, thank you.
The next delegate is Scott Bomeister. Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you, Your Worship, Council, staff. I'm coming at this from a little bit of a different angle. My name's Scott Bomeister, and my wife, Diana, and I moved to Crystal Beach / Fort Erie last June. We were Airbnbers in the region years ago. The experiences as Airbnbers were a major factor in our most recent move into the area, and we knew what to expect by moving here. Beach, the town of Fort Erie, the casual atmosphere, and also being close to the border of the U.S., all factors in our decision as semi-retired residents. Since then, we have settled in and experienced short-term rentals in our area. All have been very positive, and any interaction with renters and service providers has been very professional. As a new resident, we do not believe the land use report is an issue about zoning. It is about enforcement, prosperity for the entire town, and infrastructure. This area has been known for tourism and the tax dollars it creates and the services it supports. These are the concerns we have with pigeonholing STRs in one particular area. Spreading out short-term rentals spreads out the market dollars spend, not just a targeted area, on waterfront and off-waterfront and different sectors of use in Fort Erie. The town of Fort Erie should consider to have short-term rentals throughout the entire area to spread the wealth. There's a famous quote that says, "The rising tide lifts all boats." Tourists spending money in all areas of Fort Erie to support the entire region. And maybe the number of licenses should be lifted to reach the market demand, generating additional revenue for the town of Fort Erie, allowing the implementation and the framework to scrutinize applications, provide bylaw enforcement structure, and use of the increased tax revenue to contribute to the buildup of the aging infrastructure in Fort Erie. Examples are issues with power security, which we all went through, roads, health services, etc. In closing, we're new to the area. We have less experience in these issues than others, but it was the vibe that convinced us to make the move from the east to the west, with many more to follow. And tourism is part of the vibe that has significant economic impacts to Fort Erie. The pandemic made it hard for all the businesses and people of Fort Erie, but with the proper governance, tourism can be stimulated, not scared away. Thank you, Council, for the time and the opportunity tonight.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bouwmeester. Any members of council have any questions? Councillor Noyes.
Thank you, Mr. Bouwmeester.
Thank you for pronouncing my name right.
Did I do it right?
You did.
I can get Scott wrong, so, so that's a good plus. And you talked about you had good interaction with your service providers. And I'm thinking the service providers were for the short-term rentals that were in your community.
There's some people that know me in this room, and I've gotten to know a lot of people very quickly since moving here. Tom, others in the room. I get involved in my community. I know who my neighbors are. I know who the renter is. I know who the owner is. I know where they live. I get involved. I watch their home. I take their garbage cans in. They cut my lawn. So I think it's not an us versus them mentality. I think it's more we have to know what we're dealing with. But I think the big part that I'm hearing tonight is the governance and the enforcement piece. We have short-term rentals on our street, and we've never had an issue. You see cars, you hear a murmur, but you don't have these big noises that occur, that I've heard tonight.
If I can continue, so you've never had a reason to call bylaw, you've never had a reason to call the owners or the managers of the short-term rental, you've never had to do that?
No, but I actually, as a point, I actually had bylaw at my door last weekend, or 2 weekends ago. I had my daughter and son-in-law and another couple visiting, and the cars were parked the wrong way. So I was very pleased to see two nice young guys in brand new uniforms knock on my gate and say, hey, turn those cars around and move it away from the hydrant. So kudos to the town for that.
Okay. If I can continue, when you bought your home, you were aware of the community you were moving into. You said you rented it before.
Very much so, yep.
Okay. Do you think it's fair for people who aren't used to a seasonal, aren't used to short-term rentals, and are used to more like let's say a strictly residential area, to suddenly have their community changed?
With due respect, I'm not trying to be rude or glib. When you buy a car, do you test drive it? Do you go and look at the car? Do you look up information on the internet about the car? You know, you want to search the environment where you're buying a home. We were lucky that we understood that it was an Airbnb area to some degree, but we did our homework. But it was the Airbnb experience that made us want to choose Fort Erie. And we looked at Niagara on the Lake, we looked at Niagara, we looked all over the place, and we came back to Fort Erie.
If I can continue, I think you're actually supporting the position that you've done your homework, you knew where you were living, you knew what the surroundings, you knew what the community would be like.
Yep.
You bought your car after you did all your homework. A lot of people have also bought their houses in different areas where there is no short-term rental, where it isn't seasonal, and they've done all their homework. So if they go and they're going to buy a Jeep and a Volkswagen gets delivered.
No, but they should understand that, you know, it is a tourist town. People come to this town and rent properties, and there could be an opportunity for an Airbnb to be next door or down the street. There's not, you know, just because there's none there now doesn't mean that there'll never be one there, right? So.
Again, and
Anything further, Councillor Noyes? I think you may be beating a dead horse here.
Yep.
Okay, well, I kind of like the horse, but, but now I forgot my next question, but, so I'm going to have to let you go because I can't remember it now.
That's
Go to
okay.
Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, Your Worship. And that's the first that's happened where Councillor Noyes has forgot her question. I just want to bring up one. I'm happy to hear that you, where you live, have not had an experience that's been negative with short-term rentals. The reality is there are some that have. And that is why from the beginning I have mentioned repeatedly that there needs to be a framework in place that deals with bad people. Whether it's owner-occupied, tenant-occupied, short-term rental occupied, I don't care, it needs to be dealt with. Do you not agree that enforcement is a major component to dealing with issues of noise, nuisance, and bylaw infractions, regardless of the way in which the property is being occupied?
Absolutely. I've not gone out of my way to do investigations about how many incidents there was per week or anything like that. But talking to friends and other people, I have heard of certain instances where bylaw was not available. There is nobody picking up phones. Police had to be called. But those incidents that I've heard of being far and few between, that doesn't mean much because I haven't got out of my way to go research that. But I think that whether it's bylaw enforcement for short-term rentals or the OPP governing speeds on the highway or whatever the instance may be, the town of Fort Erie provides a role in all aspects of living here, right?
Councillor Lewis.
And that's my only question. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Dubanow.
Yeah, and through your worship, thank you very much for speaking this evening.
Thank you.
Obviously, differences of opinion here, so I appreciate your courage.
Sure.
Earlier on, we had the presentation from, I'm going to mispronounce his name, Walksmith, Professor Walksmith, and he outlined some issues related to, the commercial entities versus, he called it home sharing, but we call it owner-occupied here within our context. Within the context of what you mentioned about how, you're of the belief they should be permitted anywhere. Do you think there would be any value in maintaining or establishing a cap on those commercial uses to help regulate that aspect while encouraging more owner-occupied short-term rentals?
I think that the town has the mechanism to deny a license to anyone. So you can actually enforce your own cap, whether it be 250 or 1,050. And you also have the mechanism to enforce your bylaws. That should be what you're concerned about, right? There's going to be bad actors that are going to rent, $2,000 a night and party every night and tents and so forth. You got to come down hard on those people. And there's mechanisms that the town can use to advance that those regulations.
And thank you very much for that. I'm in complete agreement. I like you, I had a short-term rental 4 houses down for me. I didn't even know it existed because I experienced no issues. So I agree with you. It all comes down to the enforcement and weeding out the bad actors. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Councillor Lewis, back to you.
Thank you, and I had one last question, Your Worship. In the instance, and I'll give my scenario as an example, I have a short-term rental next to me, a cottage.
Okay, this is an opportunity for questions.
And there will be one at the end, Your Worship. Would you not agree that regardless of how the properties are occupied, whether it be tenant occupied, owner occupied, commercial occupied, whatever it may be, that the bylaw and the enforcement of such bylaw should be the trump factor on all issues mitigating noise nuisance or where an individual's quality of life is being negatively impacted by that problem?
Yeah, just like when the 2 young bylaw guys showed up at my home and asked for the cars to be moved, even though they said the fire department may slash my tires or break windows to put hoses through. You know, I knew they were joking. I think it's all how you handle the enforcement. I think that those 2 young guys showing up to a party of 20 people, 20 guys, in all hours of the night may be the wrong kind of individuals that would show up. But I don't think it can be policed by the general population. I certainly wouldn't go bang on someone's door and say, hey, keep the noise down. The mechanism for policing, bylaw, regulations, crime is a function of the government, not a function of the homeowner. That's how real bigger problems occur.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vilnius.
Thank you.
We're going to take a 10-minute break right now. It's 8:07. We're going to come back. Let's say 8-minute break, 8:15. Order. Pardon? Well, there was a lot of noise. Okay, we're back in session, and the next delegate is Cheryl McComb, and she's zooming in, I understand. Mr. Patton, do you have her in the waiting room?
Your Worship, we have a cottage care rentals, and I
And,
believe that's hers.
and that is her.
Good evening.
Good evening, Ms. McComb. We can't see you. Are you, there we go. We can see you now.
Hello.
Hello.
Good evening, Your Worship, Council, and Town staff. Thank you for allowing me to present this evening. My name is Cheryl McComb, and I am the president of the Ontario Cottage Rental Managers Association, which is a not-for-profit corporation that focuses on education and advocacy on behalf of our members, who are short-term vacation rental agencies who must be licensed under TICO. Our members collectively manage over 3,000 vacation rentals across the province, with an estimated economic impact that we calculated in 2019 of over $200 million province-wide. The OCRMA advocates for responsible short-term vacation rentals. And TICO, T-I-C-O, governs the Travel Act of Ontario, 2003, and they are in, I don't know if you know about the Travel Act 2003. However, TICO is the governing body of that act. And I don't want to spend too much time on that. Happy to answer questions on it. However, any entity representing a short-term accommodation rental on behalf of an owner must be licensed by TICO in Ontario. A licensed agency works under responsible renting guidelines for the properties they represent on behalf of the property owner, among other requirements under the Act. I emailed the document, the speaking paper and the policy position to Council on Friday afternoon. The policy paper identifies the challenges of zoning regulations related to short-term vacation rentals in Fort Erie and proposes solutions through education and enforcement for your consideration. 4 solutions identified in the policy paper speak to prioritizing existing bylaw enforcement related to noise, property maintenance, and safety, enhanced education efforts with comprehensive education programs for property owners and guests, collaboration with short-term rental managers, agencies, hosts, and platforms, and strengthening enforcement measures with sufficient resources to enforce existing bylaws with consistency. And in conclusion, on the policy paper that we sent, Fort Erie's approach to short-term vacation rentals should prioritize education and enforcement over strict zoning regulations. Zoning restrictions may unintentionally drive properties underground,
limit overall economic benefits, and worsen existing challenges by focusing on education, collaboration with rental platforms, agencies, hosts, and managers, and effective enforcement of existing bylaws. Fort Erie, we believe, can strike a balance that fosters responsible short-term vacation rental practices while preserving community harmony and supporting local businesses. Thank you. That's what I would like to say.
Good.
And
Thank you very much, Ms. McComb, and that's 5 minutes right on, and it did, you did draw on the paper that you sent to us at the end of last week. Thank you very much. Now, before you go, any members of council have any questions? Councillor Christensen and then Councillor Noyes.
Ms. McComb, thank you for your comments. I'd like to know just a little bit more. What does TICO stand for?
Certainly. TICO is the Travel Industry Council of Ontario that was established shortly after the Travel Act of Ontario 2003 was formalized.
Through you, Your Worship, what kind of enforcement is implied by your comment that they can be licensed through TICO?
Right. So under the Travel Act of Ontario, governed by TICO, anyone renting a short-term accommodation on behalf of an owner, so for instance, a rental agency represents cottages on behalf of the owner, they must be licensed under TICO in order to do that. If they are not licensed, they're subject to closure, fines, jail, various other things that TICO has within their mandate. In order to be licensed under TICO, the initial requirement is to give them $10,000 for 3 years and produce 3 years of audited financial statements, to operate with trust accounting, and to operate. TICO is set up really for the guests, so they have a fund if a travel agency goes bankrupt, for instance, like it did in 2003. If you recall, that Canada 2000 Airlines went bankrupt, and a lot of travelers were stranded with no compensation. So TICO manages the compensation fund that can help guests recoup their money if they paid for a vacation, and the travel agency. They monitor all travel agencies. It's not just licensed rental agencies. It's travel agencies, airlines, and so on that operate in Ontario. So TICO, we all must be educated, receive there's 2 phases of licensing for each individual working in an agency. There's the reservationist, and then there's the supervisor. And a lot of it has to do with the money. And the reason why OTAs, OTA is an online travel agency, which the platforms such as Airbnb and VRBO are under. The reason why they don't need to be licensed as an entity is because the money doesn't stay in Ontario. The money is held elsewhere in the world. So anyone operating a small business in Ontario who's a rental agency manager, the money stays in Ontario. They need to operate with trust accounting, and they need to report annually. They need to provide their financial statements to TICO for approval for the next year's license.
Councillor Christensen?
Just one more question, Your Worship. So it sounds very much as though going back to I made a comment earlier with respect to dealing with the new platforms like Airbnb and Vrbo. So there is still an issue, a gap in terms of controlling those arm's length providers, I guess, providers. So that would be one issue. And I guess the other issue are you aware, or what are the, how does one know that you're you're licensed under TICO? How would a resident know and be able to report to access all these sanctions?
So I think there may be a fundamental misunderstanding here. Okay. Ms. McComb, my understanding is that if you are an agency and say I have a short-term rental and I want somebody to advertise it for me and rent it for me, that agency would have to be licensed with TICO, not me as the short-term rental owner. Okay. Councillor Christensen, is that clear?
Okay, then my question may not, okay, that's fine.
Okay, Councillor Noyes?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for that clarification. Currently, we have 250, let's say, short-term rentals. How many of those did you know that are actually managed and fall under TICO? Do you know the number?
I believe, and I don't know the exact number, but I can get that information for you, but we have one member in Fort Erie, and there is also another TICO licensed agency. I think just to expand on this just slightly, unfortunately, not a lot of people know that if they represent someone else's cottage, that they must be licensed by TICO. And that is one of the reasons why the OCRMA really has started to form and started the advocacy, because there are many that are TICO licensed. However, there's a number, probably hundreds, that are not operating legally under the Travel Act of Ontario. So I'm not sure how many are there in Fort Erie that under the number of dwellings, but I do know that in Fort Erie there's only 2 TICO licensed agencies.
Okay, thank you for that. Now, if I can continue, of those 2 licensed agencies, do you know if the homes that they represent are licensed through the municipality? Do you check to see if the municipality requires a license? Is that kind of like one of the boxes they have to check off?
Licensing is relatively new across the province. It started, as we know, in Blue Mountain and has expanded throughout Ontario, and municipalities are struggling with how to administer licenses. One of the, prerequisites or understandings of someone who is going to be a member of the OCRMA is that they operate legally within their jurisdiction, right, wherever they are. And they're all local, most of them are local. So from my personal opinion on this, it would be very difficult for me, operating as a legal business, to represent a cottage that required a license in the municipality that it exists in.
If you belong to TICO, if you remember. In other words, there kind of is a tickety-boo box to check off.
No, TICO doesn't look after that, right? TICO is all about mostly about the money, right? It's about how the money is handled on behalf of the guests. So operating with trust accounting and making sure that it's a legal entity that is operating that rental. TICO currently does not have the scope to check a box that an agency is ensuring that all of their properties that they represent are licensed. However, one of the things that the OCRMA is doing, because we are focused on advocacy and education, is we've lobbied the provincial government, and we're continuing to lobby the provincial government, and specifically the Minister of Tourism, Sport and Culture, who is responsible for that act and that portfolio. And because of what's happened in Quebec recently, we're very much in favor of an Ontario platform and Ontario regulations with regards to short-term rentals.
Okay, thank you.
Any other members of council? So just before we leave you, Ms. McComb, are your members, who are all licensed by TICO, are they required to ensure that whoever they are leasing properties for have a municipal license in municipalities where licenses are required?
Currently, there's no legal requirement for that under TICO.
No.
We do.
Under your rules.
Because we have rules, certainly. More of them lead to responsible renting, but it certainly is something we ensure happens. It's really up to each individual, business as to how they operate their business within the scope, but they need to be TICO licensed. But because more municipalities are coming on with licensing, we're fairly new in our existence, so we are working towards creating a deeper portfolio and deeper understanding for each of our members, and certainly education and ensuring that they all work with responsible renting guidelines and code of conduct. So they all have agreed to a code of conduct. The code of conduct was created not necessarily with the municipal licensing in mind. However, because of the occurrence of this happening more regularly, I definitely agree that it should be something that we add to our code of conduct. That if you must operate under the guise of whatever bylaws are existing in the municipality you operate in.
I think that would be advisable. Thank you very much, Ms. McComb. That takes us to our next delegation, which is, sorry, Ms. McComb, Councillor Noyes has another question.
Sure.
Thank you. It's not, now it's on. Thank you for, I have one last question. You were talking about that you didn't recommend zoning because it drives some of the places underground. I'm paraphrasing here. Would your $10,000 a year requirement to belong to TICO or belong to the organization not also drive people underground?
No, sorry. Maybe I didn't elaborate on that enough. In order to become a TICO licensed agency, you need to give TICO $10,000 for 3 years. They hold it for 3 years. When you produce 3 years of financial statements, they give it back to you. But you do have to pay dues every year. And the caveat to that is that now that more people are understanding that you need to be TICO licensed, they are being reported. And anyone who has been reported to operate illegally is being fined substantially.
Okay, yeah. Thank you.
Sure.
Anyone else? Thank you very much, Ms. McComb. That then takes us to the next delegate, which is Amanda Marshall, who has been waiting very patiently at the back of the room. Good evening.
Good evening. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of council. So I'm going to say that I'm Amanda Marshall, and we are a TICO registered agency working in Fort Erie, and I work for Holiday Homes Property Management. So I'll put that out there first. So I stand before you tonight to share my views on the land use study report. I am concerned about, more than two things, but I'll highlight the two things that I'm most concerned about. And the first one is that short-term rentals will be concentrated in one area, and number two, that waterfront rural and waterfront residential have been excluded. Recently, the town of Fort Erie commissioned an adversarial titled Discover the Hidden Gems of Fort Erie, emphasizing our town's proximity to water. The article highlights how visitors flock to lakefront properties during the summer. However, if the current recommendations are passed, only a few waterfront properties will be allowed through legal non-conforming status, owner-occupied properties, or an expensive and uncertain site-specific zoning process or whatever process gets put into place. This raises a question: why invest money in promoting Fort Erie as a waterfront destination when there will be limited waterfront properties for people to stay in? Confining the zoning regulations to the identified areas and passing recommendations as is will inadvertently increase the value of legal non-conforming waterfront properties. This hike in value affects both the actual property prices and the rates owners can charge for the short-term rental stays at those properties. Regarding owner-occupied homes, while it's argued that having having the owner on site reduces potential issues, this is not always the case. Including owner-occupied properties in short-term rental regulations does not guarantee that the owner will be present during the rental period. It simply means that the property is their primary residence. Therefore, concerns such as noise, parking, and garbage may still exist. The consultants mentioned the inclusion of R2B properties due to their historical use as cottages. While I understand the simplicity of using R2B as the criteria for historic cottages, it overlooks the other historical areas within Fort Erie. The entire town, especially the waterfront, could be considered historic, having been settled by American industrialists over a century ago. I have reviewed documents from Fort Erie's archives that include the location of tourist homes, which were not only in Crystal Beach, but also along the Niagara River and waterfront. And with regards to American ownership, the properties on the waterfront have been passed down through the generations. These families may face challenges in maintaining or keeping their properties due to the recently implemented 1% annual foreign tax. Allowing properties to be zoned as short-term rentals in the waterfront would provide for owners with a means to offset these costs. For instance, if a property is valued at $2 million, the family would now have to come up with an additional $20,000 each year on top of their property taxes. This financial burden may pose a significant struggle for these families, making it difficult to retain ownership. Allowing them to rent their properties as short-term rentals would help them generate income to cover these costs and preserve their cherished family properties. The recommendations as presented would concentrate most licensed short-term rentals in a small section of Crystal Beach, approximately 40 streets. There's about 42, I think I counted yesterday. This concentration would exacerbate existing problems with noise, parking, and garbage in the area. It is unfair to burden the residents of Crystal Beach and risks tarnishing the town's reputation among tourists. Furthermore, if Fort Erie's reputation suffers, tourism will decline, leading to significant impacts on local businesses and the wider community. The existing short-term rental bylaw has already placed restrictions on the number of properties, occupants, and bedrooms. The zoning recommendations would further limit where short-term rentals can operate within town. I implore council to consider the reasons why people choose to vacation here and to include waterfront rural and waterfront residential areas in the short-term rental zoning regulations. Short-term rentals are vital to our local economy, but it is crucial to strike a balance between accommodating visitors and preserving the quality of life for all residents. The current recommendations fail to achieve this balance, as they concentrate most short-term rentals in Crystal Beach and severely restrict tourists' ability to stay on the waterfront. Thank you for your consideration, and I thank you again for allowing me to speak this evening.
Thank you very much, Ms. Marshall. Are there any members of council who have any questions? Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, and I'll be brief, and thank you for your presentation. One of the things that I've heard over and over again is with the short-term rental, or as what I say, cottage rental market, you have two aspects. You have one which is owner, or three. One that is owner rented, direct. That's the old traditional sign on the door, rent the cottage, call this number. go through an agency like you that manage the property and are available to deal with issues that might arise, or the third option, which is the technology, Airbnb, Vibro, kind of like Uber before the with the taxi cab industry. Can you speak to some of the methods you go through with your clients to ensure that the neighbors on either side or those in the area and the property owner doesn't have negative impacts on either their property or the neighborhood?
So what we do first of all, we have to vet the owner, to be quite honest with you. We vet the owner. So first of all, we want to understand what kind of owner they are. What is their purpose for renting out a property? And the number one criteria here also, do you have a license? If you don't have a license, we don't want to look after your property. So you must have a license first. When the moratorium was put on, we had about 15 people who were waiting to find out whether you're going to have a license. So we were updating them on a regular basis about what was happening. And so we were keeping them abreast of what was going on. Out of the 15 people that were waiting for a license, 3 of them were successful once the moratorium was lifted. But we actually vet the person first, and we vet their property. Is it appropriate for our portfolio? Is the owner, what type of owner are they? What are they looking for this investment? The majority of the people of properties that we look after are people who have invested in a property for the potential to come down and retire in it. So they have about a 5-year window. So in terms of turnover of owners, it's about 5 to 7 years, and then we know that we'll probably lose the property because the person is going to be moving into it. So it's just sort of a stopgap until they can figure out, they're at an age where they want to retire, and so we look after their properties for them. In terms of vetting the guests, first of all, every property has a maximum number of occupants that can be in the property. A lot of people don't tell you the truth when they submit their application or submit it coming through. So it comes to us directly, comes to us through Airbnb, through Verbo, through Cottages in Canada, through Facebook, all different ways. But we ask a series of questions, and because they don't really know why we're asking some of the questions. So we ask them, can you give us the total number of adults and children, including babies? And so people automatically think babies aren't included, but then we have to explain that in Fort Erie, there's a maximum per head. So it doesn't matter if the baby is a week old or is 10 years old, it's still part of the count. And so people, once the bylaw was updated to the maximum of 8, we lost a lot of families because they were multi-generational families, which is really what we promote, is in terms of family stay. We also have different mechanisms in place. If it's just for 6 adults or something of that nature, I want to understand fully why they're coming to the area. We don't allow bachelorettes, we don't allow birthday parties, we don't allow, sometimes we actually have a bad review on Google because we wouldn't let this 35-year-old woman have a birthday party because she wasn't answering my questions properly. And so we turn more people away, to be quite honest with you, than allow them to come in to stay in the properties. What do we do for the neighbors? We go around and we hand our card to the neighbors. We're there all the time. So my husband is the on-the-ground service, and so he's constantly there making sure the properties are, in between guests. We have cleaners on the ground, so there's all those people there. We have people that go and pick up the garbage after every stay. It doesn't wait for that 2-week time period. We have somebody go in every time somebody leaves the property. So that's how we manage, and that's how we do it. And there is only one other company is Perfect Stays, and they are also TICO registered, and she will only operate with licensed short-term or licensed properties. And so we've worked together ourselves because we know that this is a very contentious subject, and it's important to us that we show that we're good community neighbors. So, yeah. Any other questions?
And if I may continue, Your Worship, just a couple more brief ones. Just for clarity, so you are supportive of a registration process, a point system for the municipality?
Absolutely, yes.
And in terms of calling on the province to create a province-wide framework to deal with the technology for renting short-term rentals.
Yes, we'd like it to be provincially regulated.
You are in support of that?
Absolutely.
And lastly, what is your opinion on the town of Fort Erie not allowing short-term rentals in new subdivisions and including that in site plan controller zoning?
Well, it's kind of a toughy one because for me it has more to do with the right ratio. So the right ratio, and honestly, market conditions will dictate where something will be successful. So as an example, we have one near Walmart, and that one is through COVID because everybody was traveling into Ontario, everything got booked. And this property was still the last one. This year, it's the slowest one to book. And, you know, it's very difficult. That one usually gets booked by people coming to visit their family, you know, who live in that area, or we have residents that will rent it out when they are doing renovations and they want to be close to work or close to their children's school, they will rent that property. So it's used for different uses than sort of vacation, not normally vacation, but you know, I think the market will dictate where a successful short-term rental will be.
And if I may continue, my last question, the Province of Ontario website states very clearly under the tourism page that Fort Erie is more than a beach town destination. Do you agree with that statement?
I do. I think the agriculture, I mean, I only picked on 2 points. Believe me, I could have gone on and on, but I thought I'd pick the highlighted ones. And so, yes, I think agritourism, it's important, you know, kids don't have that opportunity to stay on a farm, you know, stay on a farm if that's a possibility, staying near the racetrack, you know, we don't know what's coming. You know, we don't know what kinds of businesses may come and may decide to do something. So to tie everybody's hands so that they can't do something because of zoning. So, I mean, you know, I think that the zoning has an impact. And again, in terms of if there's, yes, there's pain, but there's also gain. So there's pain with it, as long as we kind of work through that all together and you know, let everybody prosper from it. So let not just the restaurants in Crystal Beach, you know, Ridgeway, and I know we're talking commercial, I have nothing wrong with commercial, not that anybody's gonna really wanna stay on Garrison Road, but that's my opinion. But we don't know what's gonna happen moving forward. We don't know what kinds of businesses and what kinds of opportunities are going to be there. So I'd hate to tie our hands to say that it can only be here. And if we're talking about also a sense of community, if you're just plunking them all down, yes, I realize that the majority of them right now are in Crystal Beach, and that may end up happening just by the virtue of where they are, or where somebody is successful in getting a license. But again, you know, to actually just pigeonhole it there, I think is really unfair and wrong. That's my opinion.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Ms. Marshall, aside from your business being called Holiday Homes Property Management,
yes,
this is a business for you.
It is a business, but the thing is, so really, at the end of the day, I don't really need to stand up here because our services will be needed regardless of where they are, whether you zone it here, or here. So it's more about a personal commitment to the community, about not centering it all in one place. So, yeah, so in terms of having a business.
This is your business?
It is my business, okay. Yeah.
And how many properties do you manage?
We manage 27 in the Niagara Region with 20 of them in Fort Erie.
And of those 20, how many are located in the proposed, in the R2B zoning in Crystal Beach?
14.
And of the remaining 6, how many of them are on the waterfront?
They are 5.
And whereabouts on the waterfront?
They are Edgemere and, so what do we have? Edgemere, Erie Road, Edgemere and Erie.
One on Edgemere and the rest?
No, we have 3 on Edgemere.
3 on Edgemere, 2 on Erie Road?
Yes. One's Edgemere Lane and one's Edgemere Road. There's a distinction, so I don't want you to think they're all 1, 2, 3. And they're all further down.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Anybody else? Yes? No? Okay, thanks.
And the final delegate, long-suffering and very patient Dan Gabriel. Good evening.
Thank you, Mr. Worship, or Your Worship, and thank you, Committee and Council, for allowing me to join in tonight's discussion. I'm from Mars Homes, and one of my homeowners was outside, and he gave me the sticker, and I modified it, and I don't know if you could read it, but it says, "New homes, not hotels." And so that's what I'm here to talk about, is specifically new homes, and more so specifically Mars Homes and our communities. And my discussion tonight really isn't going to touch upon anything other than that, what other builders may or may not do, or existing homes within the community. So as many of you may know, Mars Homes has been involved in the Crystal Beach area since 2008. And we first acquired the amusement park parking lot, and have since been working our way through that and other sites that we've acquired in Beach Walk as well. This short-term rental thing really wasn't around when we first started. It did take us by surprise, and we were fortunate enough to have wording in our agreements that prohibited short-term rentals. And I've got to say, from a corporate philosophical point of view, we do not support or condone short-term rentals in our new home communities. And that's a decision that we've made as an entity. And I can tell you, it quite simply, it doesn't fit with what we're trying to create. Many of our home buyers are here tonight, and I'm here to support them. And I guess if this wasn't contentious, then we wouldn't really be having this discussion. And I certainly understand the challenging decision that you have in front of you, and but at the same time, I have to kind of follow with what we believe in, and we believe in supporting our new home buyers and making their experience and bringing them to this community as positive and wonderful as possible, right? So, and that was our message to them. Come here, this is a great place, and let us build you a home, and everything's going to be nice, and if it's not nice, then we need to get involved. And so I'm going to spare you the PowerPoint presentation, but just quickly, there is wording in our agreements of purchase and sale, and that talk about short-term rentals or other type of occupational uses are not permitted. They are in the restrictive covenants. They are registered on title. So there's two types of home ownership, right? There's freehold and condominium, and in our latest development in the Shores community there, which is a condominium, we went to great lengths to make sure that we don't get gamed, if you will. So we've gone as far as to condo the driveway so that we can control all the parking spots. You have to register your car, you have to have a sticker, these kind of things. So, but in the freehold world, it's not as easy because there isn't a condominium there to oversee or police rentals, if you will. And it's not like we discourage rentals. Some of the people, as the previous speaker so eloquently mentioned, that people do buy knowing that they're going to take maybe 3 years to get here, because they recognize this is great, I like this, I'm not quite ready for it yet, but 3 years from now, I'm going to retire, I'm going to be here. So when people lease their homes, they're actually adding to the rental stock. So that's not a bad thing. It's just the transient rental scenario, we're just not on board for, if you will. And so I just wanted to, I know that we had some discussions back and forth with the town last year about some of the homeowners who decided not to follow the agreement and the restrictive covenants. We worked with the neighborhood to issue correspondence to them with their name on it, funded by us through a lawyer. Some of them had acknowledged and acquiesced, and I believe some of them did not. And some continue to have their house out there, and it's a pretty difficult position for a private entity to really get involved in that scenario. One of the other homeowners that I met with here tonight showed me a piece of paper that I truthfully hadn't seen, but it was page 6 of 18 of Schedule 13 in the short-term rentals, and there is mention in subsection 8 that the issuance of the short-term rental license shall not contravene an agreement of purchase and sale and or any other instrument registered on title or otherwise respect to the property, and that's all our properties. All our properties come, or all our homes, every buyer signs this, and it's there for successive buyers. It's kind of interesting, we've had people call up and say, well, I've looked on the map and you've got short-term rentals around you, we don't want to buy. And then we have people call up and say, can we short-term rental? And the answer is no, you cannot short-term rental. We're very clear about that in our marketing because we don't want to have this future conflict, if you will. So, and they've said, okay, we don't want to buy. So it cuts both ways, but we're fine with just where this is at right now, and we just respectfully asked the town to enforce this Section 8 here, so that all the people who bought Amar's homes aren't happy about it. Because of the short-term rental situations, they've agreed to follow the rules and the regulations as they were laid out in the agreement, and I think it's only fair that everybody respect that same modicum of order. And that's it, Your Worship.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gabriel. Councillor McDermott.
Yes, thank you for your presentation. I'm a little confused by the fact that if you have the covenants on title.
Yes.
And you find out about that there's a short-term rental being there after they signed an agreement that it wouldn't be there, what's the option of getting rid of them?
So it's a legal battle at that point, right? So we would have to file, or somebody would have to file a claim in court and start legal proceedings, which could take years. And then, if someone wanted to be difficult about it on the other end, their case is, it's my property, and it has nothing to do with you. How are you impacted? What's your damages? What's your losses? And so 5 years from now, when we are no longer around in that immediate street or neighborhood, it'll be a very tough case to prove.
So how many short-term rentals, say, for your Ryan Street project that you had going there, how many short-term rentals do you have in there?
I don't have any.
I know you wouldn't have any. But you do have people that
I think we had 5
covenant.
Yeah, we had 5 at one time.
Rentals.
Was it 5? Yeah, we had 5 at one time. And that would have been 5 out of 55, something like that number. I think that's the number. And so that would be 10%, roughly.
And how many are there now?
Was 7, now 5.
Was 7, now 5.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? Councillor Dubanow.
Yeah, thank you very much, Your Worship, and through you to Mr. Gabriel. So I think it goes without saying that as a new home builder in our community, you would be supportive of us prohibiting short-term rentals in new subdivision agreements and things of that nature. Is that correct?
Well, I don't want to speak on behalf of other home builders.
No,
and
it's just you, yeah.
Just myself, yes, I welcome it. I'm looking forward to it. I thought, when I saw this, and I definitely want this to be applicable to all our projects. And again, this is strictly as part of Mars Homes. I can't speak for any other builder and what they would want.
And if I may continue, Your Worship, you had mentioned a while ago about, and just to clarify, in the phase one of your development on Ryan Avenue, that was part of your agreement of purchase and sale. It wasn't a covenant registered on title, is that correct?
It's both. It was in the agreement and registered on title. And that would have been phase two. The houses along Ridgeway would have been phase one, and Ryan Avenue is phase two.
Okay, so the condominium, are they the ones that there's a covenant registered on title, and the freeholds, or it's an agreement of purchase and sale?
So everybody has it registered on title and in their agreement of purchase and sale. But in the condominium, which is the townhomes in the interior block that is being built right now, because of condominium rules and bylaws, we are able to set the future residents up as the condo board to enforce the rules under the Condominium Act. So it's not as difficult as, say, Ryan Avenue, where they're all freehold homes.
Okay. So if the freehold homes on Ryan Avenue have it registered on title, what enforcement action has Mars taken to enforce that mechanism that was put in place by Mars?
Okay, so what we've done is we've notified the town that that this is the case and that licenses should not be issued for these residents or these homes. And when I say residents, I mean like homes. And we've worked with the neighborhood, funded a lawyer to issue statements to the offending owners. And so it's at a point of what happens next. Legal proceedings, or, the most shortest and quickest and painless route is for the town not to issue the licenses and to follow this subsection here.
I'm going to follow up with staff on that later, because I have a different understanding based on our understanding of the situation. But going back to the issue of an agreement of purchase and sale, that agreement of purchase and sale is between Mars and the purchaser of the home from Mars, is that correct?
Correct.
You said a moment ago that agreement applies to successive owners.
Correct.
How does a purchase and sale agreement that was between you and one party apply to two completely different parties?
Because it's a registered restriction on title.
So if it's on title?
Yes.
Okay.
It's part of a subdivision agreement. There's restrictions there.
Okay, I'm going to be checking with staff because my understanding on that is different, and I appreciate that, Your Worship.
If I may, Your Worship, Councillor, we did send this information in last year when this first started. So we have verified, we sent a copy of our agreement of purchase and sale. We sent, our solicitor did forward in the actual registered subdivision agreement and restrictive covenants.
Sure. And just, Mr. Gabriel, I appreciate that. I would just, certainly if you have something registered, a covenant, an agreement, or something of that nature, for the benefit of the residents in the neighborhood, I would certainly hope that with you being the party who entered into that agreement with the purchasers who agreed to it, that you would take the legal action to ensure that the purchasers of your homes actually uphold the agreements that they entered in with you when they purchased it.
That's not a question.
And do you think that makes sense?
Well, Your Worship, to the councillor, that's a long process, right? And it's going to be a very hard road to take home. And I don't think that people want to wait 6 or 7 years for that to get resolved. So
I appreciate that, and I think we also all agree that the courts can sometimes be quite slow, and I'll end it with that. Thank you, Your Worship.
Okay. That was another comment.
Don't we all agree?
Okay. Any other councillors? Mr. Gabriel, just a couple of things. Just for clarification, you commented about prospective purchaser buying a property, planning to retire, rents the property out, and I think you were suggesting that there's a distinction between a long-term lease and a short-term lease.
Right.
And the short-term lease or the long-term lease doesn't violate your restrictive covenant, or does it?
It does not.
Okay.
So,
go ahead.
Sorry. So in the declaration of the condominium, the Shores, the lease requirement is a year. So.
Right. You made a comment about the subdivisions that you're building. You're trying to do something in those communities. What is it your objective is in terms of what you're building, whether it's the homes down on the old Crystal Beach Amusement Park parking lot or up at Beach Walk?
Well, we have a vision of Crystal Beach as being a coastal community, and we're trying to create a community where people come. I'm not thinking of this, or we're not thinking of this as a tourist city or town or community or feature. We're thinking of this as a full year, come down here, live all year long, not just for a weekend or, a week or that kind of thing. And so I think my opinion is the economic benefits of having these type of residents in this community far outweigh the economic value of what somebody is going to bring on a weekend or a bunch of people are going to bring from Friday to Sunday.
So, without wanting to put words into your mouth, you're trying to create neighborhoods.
Neighborhoods and full-time, all-year residents who are engaged, who are active, who are part of a community and supporting it, and supporting that restaurant in January and February and that kind of thing. Right?
So do you, please, let Mr. Gabriel and me sort this out. In terms of what you're trying to accomplish in terms of creating the neighborhood, are you trying to replicate other neighborhoods, whether it's in this community or other communities where people live amongst each other?
I mean, the theme, the positive theme of that is yes, but every community is unique in its own way. The designs and the houses that we are building here are unique and specific to Crystal Beach. They're not, you can't buy that house in Hamilton, or it's not offered in Cambridge or something like that, right?
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Gabriel. I appreciate the
Thank
time
you.
that you spent here.
Your worship, and to the councillors and the members of the committee. Thank you.
Thank you. So that completes the presentations and delegations. And the regional councillor didn't show up, so we don't have to worry about him. That takes us to the consent agenda. Are there any items that anyone wishes removed from the consent agenda? And then Councillor, yeah. Councillor Flagg, you have the resolution with respect to the consent agenda.
I do, Your Worship. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Dubanow, that Council approves the consent agenda items as recommended.
Are there any questions or comments? Councillor Dubanow.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. Just with respect, under correspondence, item D, the receive and support Regional Municipality of Waterloo. Sorry, that's the wrong one. Hold on, I'm looking here. I know.
It is D.
No, I know it's D. I'm looking for the one regarding traffic. I've got the, oh yeah, sorry, F. From the City of Cambridge. I knew it was in Waterloo Region, and that's my mistake. Regarding the Highway Traffic Act amendments, I'm going to support this. I think we should all use whatever tools are available at our disposal to improve highway safety. I just want to make a comment that I think, I would hate to move in the direction of, kind of speed cameras everywhere when, you can redesign the road, you can narrow lanes, there's other methods of traffic calming that actually produce a tangible benefit to encourage psychological behavior to slow drivers down based on road design. I just hate the idea of putting up a camera and expecting it to change behavior. It doesn't matter how many tickets someone gets, they can still blow through there if there's no changes to the road. So I'm going to support this, but those are my comments. I expressed it in the past during the region's Vision Zero program. I'm sticking to it, so I just wanted to get that on the record. Thank you, Your Worship.
Some tickets may influence some people's behavior. Yeah, they will. Any other questions or comments? Councillor Flagg.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you, maybe to Ms. Carter, I'm not 100% sure who's going to answer this, but there are minutes of board reports here that specifically the Heritage Standing Committee that council be requested to direct staff to have Crescent Park arches repaired and brought into working order. I'm just wondering, when we review the minutes, we're just passing the minutes, or we're not directing staff, and I'm wondering how staff takes this motion that's made within a committee after we approve it here.
Thanks very much. That's under the planning, and I could ask the acting clerk, or I could ask Mr. Hurlovich. My understanding is we receive these minutes. If there's any specific actions, council has to deal with them in a separate motion. And I see the acting clerk is shaking her head. Can you say yes for the record?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, Councillor Flagg.
Nothing further, thank you.
Any other questions? So we received correspondence from Enbridge with respect to this locate issue. And Mr. Walsh, I know this was discussed briefly at the Infrastructure Services Subcommittee meeting, but I'm wondering if you had any comments that you wanted to make with respect to this particular issue.
On this, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to thank Enbridge for committing to consultation, not more consultation. In my mind, they did zero consultation before implementing a proposed fee structure for locates that are already covered under the Ontario One Call Act. So I commend them for committing to consultation on this. My hope is that we retain the current structure in which all the utilities that work in harmony can cooperate without further financial burden.
Okay, and then I had one other question with respect to another matter, and that was Mr. Jansen, the Senior Citizens Advisory Committee makes reference to their budget. They're still waiting for notification that their budget has been approved. The last minutes were on May the 3rd. Their budget has been approved as part of our budget process, was it not?
Yes, it was.
I wonder if someone could notify the Senior Citizens Advisory Committee, whether it's your office or whether it's the clerk's office. I think they need to be aware that their budget has been approved.
Noted, thanks.
Are there any other questions or comments? If none, all those in favor of the recommendations in the consent agenda? None opposed, that is carried. That then takes us to the reports. And we did receive a memo with respect to report PDS 1. And Councillor Dubanow, I know that you've got the motion, but I think beg your pardon? I think Councillor Dubanow has 39-1. Yeah. And so I think what would be more appropriate would be if, and rather than bringing this forward, we simply move that this be adjourned to, or deferred to June the 12th, as requested. No, I think we can simply move to have this report. If you want to do that, we can do that.
Yeah, Your Worship, I will move that the, you had just mentioned the date there. I think that would be appropriate to move it to that date for staff.
June the 12th, and do I have a seconder for that? Councillor Flagg. All those in favor? None opposed, that's carried. And likewise with report 39, PDS 39, it would should also be deferred. And Councillor, that had been on the floor before. Councillor Dubanow, would you like to move that we defer that as well?
Yeah, Your Worship, I'd like to move that we postpone PDS 39, 2023 until June 12th.
And Councillor Flagg, would you second that?
I will second.
Okay, all those in favor? None opposed, that is carried. That then takes us to, someplace I don't want to go. Councillor Christensen, you have the resolution with respect to the short-term rental land use study resolution.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor McDermott, regarding PDS 41-.
It's on the floor. Any questions or comments? Councillor Dubanow.
It's not so much a comment or a question. However, I do want to move an amendment. During Mr. Bender's presentation, he actually had mentioned the expedited planning process, and I would like to move that we include that, should this be carried, that be included in any of the amendments that we make.
I believe that is one of the recommendations contained in the report.
I wasn't sure on that. That's why I just wanted to make sure that, because I know it had mentioned it as an option, and I just wanted to make sure that there was.
No, that is on page 7.
It's a long report, bear with me.
Yeah, identify a streamlined approach and application process through which to consider an STR in a zone outside of those identified. That's the 4th bullet down on page 7.
Fourth bullet down.
Page 7.
Yep. Well, I am very, very happy that I don't have to move that amendment and it's in the report, Your Worship.
Anything further, Councillor Dubanow?
Not right now. Thank you.
Councillor Noyes.
Thank you, Mayor Redekop. First wanted to comment on the report. From my position, I had to read it twice because the first time I read it, I was somewhat confused because there were so many different directions it was going in. But I will say when I read it a second time, everything seemed to fall into place. And then when I looked at their charts, that seemed to make more sense when I looked at it. So I thought it was a very comprehensive report. I don't necessarily agree with everything in it, and that's where I'll start. One of the things that people, and it's been repeated a number of times, and I must say about the need for short-term rentals because of, I think they said hockey clubs and things like that, or sports things. I'll tell you, I had 3 children, all in organized sports. And if we went outside of town, we did not stay in a short-term rental. We stayed in a hotel. Yes, we don't have any hotels anymore. Well, we do, but not to the scale. But there would be no way that we would go to the next town to find a hotel, to be perfectly honest, because the kids wanted to be with their teammates. They wanted a pool. They wanted the sauna. They wanted to have. They wanted to get together and play hockey in the hallways. We would never ever have considered going to a short-term rental, and I would think it wasn't that many years ago, but enough that this town used to be considered a hockey town, as opposed to in conjunction with tourism. So now my computer nicely shut off on me. So I don't buy that part of it. Do we need a hotel? Yes. Do short-term rentals provide some accommodation? Absolutely, for people who want it. Great. But I don't think it's I don't think tournaments and sports events are the driving factor behind this. I think if you have a wedding or you have an event, it's great for, to have someplace to go. But not to the point that, if we have more short-term rentals, we're going to the hockey clubs are going to stay here and all the conferences are going to come. That's not going to happen. Hasn't happened in the past. Even when we had a hotel, they didn't, it wasn't enough to keep them. The other comment I wanted to make was, trying to get through all my thing, is that we talk about bylaw enforcement, et cetera, being important. Of course, it's important. But I would also like to see, and there's no way we can capture this, or we haven't captured it yet, is that if I knew the manager, if I lived beside a short-term renter, and I knew the manager who was managing the short-term renter, I would call the manager before I'd call bylaw if there's a problem. And I would think that would be the right way to go. So there may be a number of complaints that we don't know because the manager has taken care of it, which is good. Which is the way it should be, I think, and then the bylaw if it doesn't work. I can tell you what I'm in favor of. I'm in favor of owner occupied, to be pretty much, I wouldn't really restrict it much, but I would really nail down the definition of owner occupied. It doesn't mean if you own it, you can rent it. It means you have to be there when it's rented. And I would really want to nail that down. So that, and I'm hearing from both sides that would be acceptable to everyone. I also have no problem with agricultural, I think it's called something, farmers that want to use short-term rentals for the agricultural tourism. That's fine. I grew up on a farm. I don't know one farmer that would let their farm go without being there to make sure it was taken care of. So I have no problem with that. I have a problem with assuming that the entire town has to be looked at as a tourist town. Tourism is definitely valuable, but not all areas of our town are tourism. There are tourist areas, and I think if you just look at the map that they had with all the dots and where short-term rentals are, you can see where the tourist areas are. I mean, yes, it is in Crystal Beach, and I told them, I said the story a number of times. My stepsisters, when they were teenagers, which was many years ago, and I'm not going to tell you how many, that was their summer job. They would go and they would clean the cottages. Most of the cottages were rented weekly, and they would go and they would clean. They'd have like every weekend they would go and they'd clean the cottages, and they made pretty good money. And that's many, many years ago. And when people moved to that area, just like the gentleman said, you should do your homework. They do. When anybody who moves to Crystal Beach in that particular area, where it's known to be rental, then they know where they're going, and they should know what to expect. And so I don't really give a lot of credence to, well, we don't like short-term rentals. Well, beside us, but they've been there 20 years. So you knew the community. But I do have a problem thinking if they're good here, they're good everywhere. What works in Crystal Beach and those particular tourism areas doesn't necessarily work for the rest of the town. Again, I thought the report pretty much hit the ball on the head. I mean, it's our decisions to make, and there's a lot of nuances. But I was I wouldn't say happy. I was pleasantly surprised that the gentleman from McGill University pretty much supported everything in he said it differently, but he pretty much supported the study. I didn't hear any conflicting things. He said it shouldn't be in residential areas. He believed in home or occupied. I can't recall specifically if he disagreed, not that he actually reviewed the entire document, but all the points that he was making fit in this report. So I'm going to not say anything for right now. I would imagine I'll probably have to be coming back. But anyway, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councillor Flagg.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think my first question will be, if we approve this report, will this bylaw replace the number of licenses that we currently have? Or will the number still be 250, and this will provide guidance for additional licenses that will be issued?
This doesn't deal with that specific issue. That would have to be dealt with separately. This is the land use study, and that's So that's another, that's a separate issue. It's not dealt with in this report.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Councillor Lewis and then Councillor Christensen.
Thank you, Your Worship, and I do have a number of comments that I'm going to make. I'm just trying to remember all my scribbling that I've done here at tonight's meeting. One area that I am a bit disappointed in the report is the lack of economic analysis. It does not speak to any of that. I realize that maybe the terms of reference may not have included that aspect, but certainly that is a major component to what we're dealing with tonight. One of the things that I find somewhat disappointing is that when the consultants were doing the report, they did not come back to town staff to suggest that the economic impact or the study should be included, and I don't believe they did. One of the things that jumps out more and more that we have this discussion is that I don't see the land use planning component being the problem. I see the issue being more with the platforms that are being used and the lack of regulatory oversight with the platforms. We heard tonight that the traditional way in which of renting a cottage, the hanging the sign on the door, the renting to a neighbor or a friend, which has gone on traditionally in the neighborhood for well over a century, has been quite successful. I grew up in Ridgeway, Crystal Beach, and in my 40 years walking the earth, I don't recall there being an issue until the new platforms came into place. And having returned to Fort Erie from living in Peel Region, this issue strikes very close to the scenario in which Peel Region and Mississauga, Brampton, and Caledon were dealing with the upset of Uber technology coming into an area that was very much dominated by the licensed taxi cab process. And Uber did not go away. Uber was here to stay, and there was reform, and there were checks and balances and process put in place, all of which I completely agree with. I think we absolutely, and I've spoke with Councillor Christensen about this, need to call on the province to enact universal guidelines across the province that will deal with helping municipalities like Fort Erie try to deal with a new technology in a rather uneven playing field. I'm also very supportive and will be moving a notice of motion later tonight to call for any new subdivisions applications coming forward to have no short-term rentals allowed in those subdivisions and have that part of the zoning process. I think the issues with the Mars Homes example is a prime example. I know where it's been handled a little bit differently between phase 1 and phase 2 speaks to their efforts to try and deal with the situation. But us like them, this technology came out, and similar to the Uber taxi cab scenario in Peel Region, the technology came out faster than the policy that came out to deal with that. So I do have some concerns there. I've mentioned before, I think the enforcement is key. I think that has been expressed by those on both sides of the issue that are reasonably looking towards compromise on this matter. And I'm quite happy with the noise and nuisance bylaw reform that this council unanimously supported most recently. With the caveat, I still believe we need to measure the decibels, and there needs to be some way of enforcing that. But that'll be coming forward at a much at a theater near you in the near future. I do believe, and in order to get my support on this proposal, I will be asking that waterfront residential and rural residential zones be included. So that is something that I am very much in support of. I think the map, as Councillor Noyes indicates, shows where the majority of these short-term rentals are located, and that is in the Crystal Beach area. as well as the WR and WRR zones. So I will be looking for that to be included in the bylaw if we are passing that tonight. And I am also open to having a pause, and if we need to take more time, doing so. I do think we need to have a process in place that is ready for January 1st, 2024. We need to let the operators know, we need to let the residents know what the process is, and I think we have the time to do that. But those are just some of my comments at the moment. And I do think, again, bylaw is key, and that's on us as policymakers to make sure that our bylaw department and the police who are responding to the calls after 11 p.m. Have the necessary tools in order to ensure that an individual's quality of life living next to a short-term rental is not impeded. And then lastly, my comments on the number of nights that a short-term rental is occupied. When something is being rented nightly, that to me is a hotel. I don't think that's a question. So I think we do need to give some thought to how we navigate that, because if you want to live next to a hotel, that's perfectly fine, and there's people that do. But I completely understand why one would choose not to, and I think we need to put that into the equation as well. But I think with proper enforcement, we're well on our way to being able to address the reasonable concerns that are coming from the neighborhood, and I don't think new subdivisions with 30-foot lots are the spots where short-term rentals should be located. So I'm going to yield some of my other comments, just in case anyone else has others, and some of the comments that have been made by my colleagues I do agree with as well.
Councillor Christensen.
Thank you, Your Worship. Councillor Lewis has actually spoken to many of the points that I was concerned about with the report. I did find it somewhat muddy in its direction from time to time, and I think I read it 3 or 4 times and I still found it muddy. So kudos to Councillor Noyes for being able to get it on the second one. I do have concerns about the lack of evidence that is presented in the report itself that is tied to some specific key points, demographic, and for lack of a better word, cultural, which speaks to the nature of the Fort Erie, of various neighborhoods in the Fort Erie community, and particularly economic. With specific reference to the maps, there is evidence in the maps that there are short-term rentals existing in various areas that are, including the waterfront, that are of discussion and to the point here, and particularly also within Crystal Beach. There are constraints. I would question the selection of the streets. Again, it's the lack of what I'm calling evidence that really should underpin the planning conclusions. Like Councillor Lewis, I very much appreciate the discussion tonight and the input, but for one example, and I understand that there would be constraints with respect to the terms of reference of the planning, for the planning consultant, that may preclude certain types of information that I would have looked at. For example, there are about 500 pages of documentation, emails, many of them, and the consultants basically included 55 from people who are in opposition to the current regime, 5 in support of short-term rentals. That 500 pages of emails is considerably more complicated, and there are mechanisms by which that can be analyzed. It also did, in some cases, exceed the terms of reference in terms of going beyond land use planning, but as we've spoken tonight, they speak to the way in which management, acceptable management for licensing is defined, the necessity for enforcement of noise, parking, and garbage bylaws, and the need for not only appropriate enforcement, but an enforcement that's meaningful, whether it's fines or demerits. So I do have a number of significant concerns with the document as it is, and I think there's some opportunity perhaps for other communication on it. In particular, I will be bringing a notice of motion later in the meeting under new business with respect to requesting the province to, as Councillor Lewis mentioned, to develop universal guidelines to deal with this disruptive technology that we're all having to live with. And I think it is a senior level of government for a whole bunch of reasons, not the least of which is that there are 440 municipalities in this province, many of whom are dealing with it. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Councillor Christensen. Councillor McDermott, did you want to weigh in here?
Looks deep in thought.
It's not mandatory.
Well, it is when you come to me.
I'm only asking.
Well, I really have, this report hasn't really changed my opinion one way, shape, or form. To me, it's a whole lot of hooey, to be honest. When one of your key tourist attractions, whether we believe we're a tourist town or not, is the beachfront and the lake, you would think that we might be selling some of the lake, a view of the lake. So, I mean, it's not totally unheard of throughout this province. Like, I go to many places where I'll use a short-term rental over a hotel because I get a better view of a community that I've never been in before. You know, some of the stuff that people say, such as it doesn't help the economy, well, I beg to differ. When you talk to BIAs, especially in Crystal Beach and Ridgeway, they say they do make a difference. And if they weren't there, they'd be in much worse off shape. So, you know, some days when you're sitting in this chair, you don't know what to believe one day to the next. You don't. You really don't. And I'm not saying one side over another side. Expanding the truth is an exercise that we live with nowadays. And coming to the meat of the act is where we've got to come. I don't believe we're not a tourist town. You have one of the biggest tourist attractions in Stevensville right at your doorstep. We have the old fort. We have the racetrack. You know, there's lots of things here to sell tourism-wise. We didn't build these trails not to attract people. So, you know, it is a tourist town. Would we like it to be a little more diversified? Yes, we would. You know, and that's coming. You know, we have one plant up and running and a new plant coming. Things are starting to diversify around here. You know, I'm a little disappointed when I heard the gentleman from Mars Homes. Because, you know, you would figure if you're buying a house and you have a covenant and it's on title, you wouldn't think you would have to deal with a lawyer because really they broke the covenant. So if we broke a covenant, we'd be taken to task for it. You know, it's something that's going to be lasting 6 or 7 years. That doesn't sound to me like action at all in any sense of the way. So, you know, we have our quota at this point at 250 of short-term rentals. This report really doesn't help me much. I was disappointed that there wasn't a little more in it that maybe turn my head around, but it's not. And I haven't heard anything here tonight that's changed it either. I think residents and business people have a place to work together. I think this council will work together. I don't know whether we have to maybe defer this so that we could do our thing and reviewing this whole thing. And again, we get a 500-page document on Wednesday, and we're supposed to be down pat on this. It's very difficult to do. I mean, I understand the angst everybody has. Nobody wants to have a bad neighbor, whether they're a short-term neighbor or a long-term neighbor. Nobody likes that. I've been blessed in my life in this community. I've lived here all my life. I've never had a bad neighbor, and I've probably lived in 20 places in Port Erie over my lifetime. I've never had a bad neighbor. So, you know, my thought is that I could live with deferring the report and finding ways to come to a happy medium. So we try to make everybody happy. But that's not always something that happens, no matter how hard you try. So I'm willing to do that. I can't really support this as it stands right now because I don't think it stands, in my view, to meet the test that we need to run these short-term rentals in a way that it looks like we know what we're doing. We're getting there. We are. But it's taken so damn long, and it's annoying as heck. It's not like we haven't heard the arguments. We have heard the arguments on both sides. And I don't know how many times we've heard them. They're always pretty much the same, and they're always pretty much in the numbers that we see today. So I guess that's my comments.
Thank you very much, Councillor McDermott. Councillor Noyes and then Councillor Dubanow.
Thank you, Mayor Redekop. I do have a few questions. I think, particularly if I can direct this to Councillor Lewis. You commented, and I'm paraphrasing here, I just want to make sure I got this correct, is that you thought that for future builds, like future residents, that the restrictions for no short-term renters would be a good thing on title and whatever. Why isn't it also good for existing residents?
And if I may respond to your
Yes,
worship.
of course.
Well, we're talking the historic neighborhood of Crystal Beach, an area where historically there have been short-term rentals, whether it's technology-driven or the traditional way of doing it. I see if we put the zoning language in that prohibits short-term rentals and new builds, it protects us from the Mars Homes disasters, where the restricted covenants that were put in by the builders do not provide the assurance that the people buying into it thought that they did. I'm also quite shocked that of all the closes of legal review, not one lawyer has caught the fact that their restricted covenant would have no teeth or no legal bearing, but that's besides the fact. And I do think it's important to realize that there are lessons learned. And I don't think on a 30-foot lot in a townhouse, that is an area where a short-term rental should be operating. I completely empathize with it. The difference between now versus then is now we have an opportunity to do something about it. There, I don't know what the answer is, and we have a legal opinion that we have a bit of muddied, clouded opinion on that I think we need to look at. But I don't see any reason why in a new subdivision, and I think that protects the interest to exactly what that you spoke to.
If I can respond there, but you haven't answered the question. The question is, why aren't, what we're looking at right now, what this whole thing is about, is putting restrictions on current residential areas.
Correct.
So why, if it's good for the future residents, why isn't this zoning good for the current residents, saying, okay, this is where it's happening, this is where it'll be allowed, but areas that are not, historically short-term rentals or cottages or whatever, like you're saying the entire waterfront historically isn't all cottages and short-term renters. So why is it good, why is it okay to impose that upon them just because they're not new? Like, I don't get where your rationale is all the waterfront. I haven't heard any rationale why.
Yeah, and let me respond.
Sure.
Councillor Noyes, the waterfront has been traditionally cottages. You go from Point Abano, yes, you
The Niagara Parkway?
you go from Point Abano to the Peace Bridge, Edgemere, Waverly Beach, Thunder Bay, McDonald Drive, Erie Road, Point Abano have been traditionally cottages.
Okay, so the councillor is entitled to make his statement. You folks are spectators right now. You're not participants. Go ahead.
The whole waterfront. You didn't say from here to here. You said the entire waterfront.
I'm going by what's in the report, Councillor Noyes.
And
the report says, and I'll read it to you if you didn't read it.
I read it twice.
Well, let's just go back.
Okay, so look at right now. You guys are engaged in debate. That's not the way this goes. Councillor Noyes, if you've got questions that you want to ask, you can ask them all, and then when Councillor Lewis gets a chance to speak, he can respond to your items. But we're not going to have a debate here.
I like that game better.
Oh, okay, thank you. I do have another question in regards to, again, Councillor Christensen's comment about the people who wrote the thing about 55 emails. Again, I read in the report, they reviewed, in some cases, over 350 emails, and in another, after an open house, they reviewed, one I think was 350, another one there was 200 and something, and another one there was some, that they reviewed all these emails. So I'm sure when they review these emails, that's the context is in this report. So I'm not sure why you're thinking that there was only 55 that wrote against the Ranty that they looked at, because it refers to hundreds and hundreds of emails that they talked about. And again, just I'll leave it for that for now.
Okay, so just to be clear, the rules allow us to speak twice to an issue. You guys have all spoken once, and you've now spoken twice. So I don't know if we're going to be coming back to you again. If you've got more questions, you should ask them now.
I guess my one question is there any room for not all the waterfront? Are we looking at perhaps looking at the areas that have traditionally been historic waterfronts and the areas that have not? And again, waterfront, is Black Creek waterfront? Is 6 Mile Creek waterfront? Like what's waterfront?
Okay, Councillor Dubanow, you had your hand up next.
Yeah, and thank you very much, Your Worship. And none of us are members of Parliament here. We're not paid enough, so question period just doesn't work. To Councillor Noyes' point, really quick, I could envision if we wanted to do something similar to how we have different residential inland classes of property, we may be able to do something similar if that's what Council envisions to define those limits. But I want to speak to the report and some concerns that I have, and they may be terms of reference related or otherwise. The first thing, though, is, and perhaps Mr. Hurlovich or another member of staff can go to page 9, and it says, with regarding the waterfront, it says this alternative would effectively permit STRs along most of the waterfront between Point Abano and Netherby Road. Section 4.3 of the study does note that no other Ontario municipality permits as of right permissions across an entire waterfront. And I'm wondering if staff can clarify, is that does that mean regulated municipalities that have bylaws in place to regulate short-term rentals? Or is that meaning all municipalities in the province, regardless of whether they have short-term rental regulatory frameworks involving zoning?
Mr. Hurlovich, can you comment on that?
Excuse me. Yes, Your Worship, to the councillor, I would say that they are addressing regulated municipalities.
And if I may continue, Your Worship, I really appreciate that answer, because I think that prompted some confusion during the delegation. Because, for example, there's other municipalities right here in Niagara, I believe Wainfleet, no short-term rental licensing controls. Haldimand County, Norfolk County. That's just within an hour and a half down Highway 3 from Fort Erie along the Lake Erie shore. So there is definitely precedent in other municipalities to have that, and I wish that was clarified in the report a little better. It might have addressed some of that confusion. My colleagues on council have, spoken to some of the other concerns they have. They're concerns I share, but the biggest concern that I have, and I'm not sure it can be excused away by terms of reference, is the issue of bylaw and enforcement, because anything regarding land use planning typically involves nuisance and impacts on neighboring properties. And there's a lot of comments in the report from individuals who, and I get it, there's a few particular short-term rentals in this community that are operated in a way that quite frankly disgusts me. I do not think it's appropriate. I do not support that. In my opinion, the owner does not care about this community or what anyone thinks. And I am sorry, particularly with one kind of in the Ridgeway area. I'm not going to go down that road. I am sorry you have to live near that. And the reason I say that is I don't live on the waterfront and I don't live on a tourist area. I live on a quiet little circle. And there was this one house across the street from us. The lawn was always cut, the trash was always brought in, but we never saw the same car. And, we never saw, the individuals, and it's a closely knit neighborhood, so we all know each other. But the house didn't cause any issues, other than the fact we didn't recognize who was there continually. And it was only when I looked at my neighborhood on Google Maps for some completely different reason that a little dot showed up on the house across the street, 2 houses down, that was a short-term rental. I would have never known it was. I thought it could have just been someone who was away, on business for a couple months or something. So I am so sorry. And I think it is so unfortunate that residents in this community have been exposed to the bad actors who do not care about the impact that what they're doing has on their neighbors. Because in the context of what I went through, it was nothing. I didn't even know there was a short-term rental. So I take a little bit of exception when someone stands up here and says they're all problems. Well, no, they're not. We know where the problems are. And this cycles back to my concern about the report on the issue of bylaw enforcement. We have bylaw statistical reporting, and I know it's not perfect because, as was mentioned earlier by a number of individuals, not everyone calls the town. Something goes on, you hear music, you kind of get ticked off. And you shrug and you put up with it and you put up with it until you finally snap, and then you call the town. But I looked through the report and there were some references to unlicensed and some of the the information contained in with respect to that. But I didn't see any analysis of our bylaw statistical reporting. I didn't see any analysis of, is it a certain number of properties that are specific properties that are, a large chunk of our bylaw complaints, while the rest of the 240 or whatever are operating relatively, at least as far as our bylaw is concerned, without disrupting issues. And, when you look at the OLT rulings, and I know someone said it's under appeal, and that's fine, but if we're going on good planning principles, and if those good planning principles are based on LPAT and OLT rulings, and that ruling, which everyone here I think agrees with, determined that they are commercial uses, there is also a ruling saying they should not be prohibited in situations where they do not cause serious, they don't just say disruptions, period, they say serious disruptions to their neighbors. So there's that aspect to this as well. And I was not pleased with the analysis in the report with respect to that. Because that's always been the crux of my concern here, is how do we deal with resolving this issue from a nuisance and noise standpoint? Is it zoning related? Is it, proactive bylaw enforcement? And the report just, as far as I see it, it looks at the zoning, and that's The end of it, at least in my opinion. Others may disagree. So that's first concern I have. The second concern, and I know this isn't question period, but a member of council had said that the professor from McGill, who has a stellar reputation, he's one of the foremost experts on short-term rentals in the country, he didn't agree with our report because our report explicitly states that short-term rentals have no impact on housing affordability in our community. It's right in the report. And now we have one of the most prominent experts on short-term rentals who disagrees. Now, who am I supposed to believe? Am I supposed to believe the McGill professor who's been involved in drafting provincial regulations in Quebec and is working in BC on the issue of that? Or do I believe the report that's telling me that we need to do zoning regulations? He mentioned a cap. We already have that in place. He mentioned that as a best practice. We're already doing that. So that's my second issue. My third issue, and this is more procedural, and I'm very concerned by this. I've expressed this concern to others, and it may not be anything, but I'm just always a second look and kind of a second opinion kind of guy. As part of this process, if we accept the recommendations in this report, the same consultant who provided the report would actually be drafting the bylaws and the official plan amendments. And my understanding is that that's already set. And that might be fine, and that may be accepted planning principle. I'm not a planner. That's fine. But at the same time, and I've used this example with colleagues, if I have an HVAC technician who comes into my home and red tags my furnace, I'm not going to take the word of the guy who tells me that he has all the solutions to fix it because he just red tagged it. I'm going to call someone else in, and I'm going to say, hey, you know what, I had it red tagged, these are the reasons, what do you think? They may agree entirely and say, yeah, you got a cracked heat exchanger, buddy. Your furnace, the CO, it'll kill you and your family if you turn it on. Great, it needs to be fixed. But they might say something different and have a different opinion and provide a different perspective. That's a concern that I have, and it's a very strong concern at this time. I know there's a lot of disagreement about the waterfront. We had two presenters, waterfront residents, who had completely different opinions on the historical, nature of waterfront cottage rentals. We had one presenter who says, yeah, it's been going on for 100 years. It's Buffalo families, they rented it out when they weren't here. They had people come in, it's fine. And then, one comment earlier and the whole gallery erupts and saying, no, what history are you talking about? So clearly there's some division on that. And it makes it really hard for me to make a decision when, at least in my opinion, from what I've seen with the report, it doesn't seem to have a lot of original research or into that other than a map of where they are now and a comment that says they've been a part of Crystal Beach for a long time. Fair enough. I would like to put this issue to bed. This is the third council term it's dragged into, second during mine. This is the one issue that keeps dodging us and following us no matter what we do, no matter what success we have on this council, and no matter what great things we do, it keeps coming back to us. And I wish I had a solution. I wish this report gave me some clarity. I would like to approve it, but I don't want to approve it with the third point I mentioned about who would be actually proposing those things without having another set of eyes look at it. So those are my comments. I'm sure some other members of council will have a second opportunity to speak. I hope they do, because as Councillor McDermott said, I've heard the same stories before. This is my second term. I've heard it all. It comes down to enforcement of bylaws, enforcement of noise and nuisance. I understand there's some individuals who don't like short-term rentals as a matter of ideology or principle. That's fine. There's lots of things we don't like, but that happen. So I just want to hear, I think maybe, I yield the floor, and I've spoken my second time, Your Worship, so I think I've said everything I need to say. Thank you very much. I went on a long time.
Anyone else? Yes. Yeah, of course.
Your Worship, it's at 10 o'clock, so I'm going to move to extend, we'll probably need an hour to 11 o'clock.
Yeah, okay, do we have a seconder for that? Councillor Lewis? All those in favor? Opposed? It's carried. Okay, who's up next? Did I recognize Councillor Christensen? Yep.
However, the fact is that doing similar work for a number of years, and if you got 500, actually document, even if it's creative and written, actually document the need, pro or con, what the substance of the response. That's what I meant when I said actual evidence that was there is a few sentences without having the full documentation. Got that. 5:30. Obviously been there. Ask for evidence. Some of it, are conflicting ideas and opinions. Oh, there are conflicting ideas and opinions about each point that's been raised, or many of the points. And I guess my final comment is going back to the fact that I think some of the difficulty in all of this is that we are facing a new world, and we're struggling with it as a municipality. And there is, I guess, one final issue. And it speaks to what Councillor McDermott said, and it's something that's been visceral to me all along. It's what I've seen when the group of residents who came together and wrote their own document early on. The impression I get, and I'll be really blunt, it looks as though, well, okay, let's put it in Crystal Beach. That's where it was. That's where it's always been. The actual locations don't necessarily show that, and that brings into question a whole bunch of other observations in my mind. So it's a concern that I have. And again, I support you on the issue of living next to people who are obnoxious, unlawful, not civil, and boorish, not to say totally disruptive. I think we have to figure out a way to do it. And I think we have moved the bar significantly, I think, in going through this. But I'm just not sure that we're there yet. That's all I'm saying.
Anyone else? So everybody's spoken, and this is on the floor. I can't hand the chair to anyone, so I'm just going to throw out some of my thoughts on this. I think it's important for the public to know where I stand, and I think it's important for you, members of council, to know where I stand. So just, I tried to jot down some of my thoughts on this so that I could be somewhat at least focused on my comments. And as I started thinking about this, this is a basic conflict. We've got the basic conflict between residential use and really commercial use of a residential property. That's what this is all about. And land use is guided by an official plan and zoning bylaw. That's how we determine who can do what with their property. Until about 5 or 6 years ago, this was not an issue. This has become an issue because of large corporate entities based primarily in the United States, which have determined a way that they can generate revenue by having people utilize residential properties for commercial uses. That may be an oversimplification, but that's what it boils down to. And I guess part of the aggravating fact of this scenario is that those large corporate entities are not interested in cooperating with municipalities where people are taking advantage of their platforms. We know that Airbnb initially had provided us with some cooperation. We know that they had cooperated with municipalities across Ontario at one point. We know that that's becoming less and less their way of operation. We know that we cannot get information from them to assist us in determining who has a license, who doesn't have a license. We can't get their cooperation in requiring licensees to post their license number on their website. VBRO wouldn't give us the time of day. They don't care. So, it is a new economy. It is a disruptive economy, and it is the new world. I agree with all of that. But it would be nice to think that the people that are generating the millions of dollars off of this new economy would at least give us the time of day. And they won't do that. Now, that's just the global, that's the high level. On the low level, I come back to the fact that we do have this conflict that we're trying to manage. And there's a reason why we're trying to manage it, and that's because we've got a need for places for people to stay when they come and visit our community. We've got lots of recreational facilities all over the place. The prime, except prior to 1930, when there were 2 amusement parks in Fort Erie, the prime location for seasonal rentals and tourism has been Crystal Beach. That's a fact that I think we all can agree on. And the fact is that there had been there may have been some rentals along the waterfront, but those waterfront properties traditionally, whether it was Edgemere, whether it was Thunder Bay, whether it's Crystal Beach, those had been family owned, and typically family owned by Americans. So they were seasonal homes, and they were rented out to family, maybe shared with families. Sometimes they'd be for a week, 2 weeks, maybe a month at a time. So that it wasn't a business per se, it was a sharing of the facility, the sharing of maybe it was a family cottage. We've experienced a lot of growth since 2015, and there's no end in sight for that growth. And that makes this even a greater challenge. And one of our most significant challenges, and we've got many, is how do we manage that growth? In that context, I think all of us during the last election, or most of us, I know I certainly did, committed to protecting our existing neighborhoods and protecting our natural heritage as we grew. Why did we make those commitments? Because that's what we know the people who live here value. That's what the people who move here value. They value this community for its natural heritage because of the quaintness of our neighborhoods. And some people have expressed, when the growth is taking place, we hear it all the time. A new development's going to go in. We hear from the neighbors, this is going to change things. It is going to change things. We know that change is going to occur. To the extent that we can do it, I think we have an obligation to try to facilitate the aspirations of the people who live here. So Councillor Noyes, when you talk about what's the difference between a new subdivision and an existing neighborhood? Beats me. People buy a house, they're going to live in a neighborhood, they know what's there. If they move from one part of town to the other part of town, they know where they're moving, they know where the schools are, they know where the businesses are, the recreational facilities, and sometimes that's what drives the internal movement. We're getting a lot of people that are moving in here from out of town, and some of them are moving here specifically because they love the neighborhood. We've heard they love the area. We've heard that repeatedly. The conflict is heightened by people who aren't moving here. They're investing here, and they're buying properties, and they're paying prices that are much greater than an individual or a family because they're going to live in the house, because this is an investment. And as an investment, it's a property that they can, there's certain tax deductions that they have available to them. So there are some benefits from that. But that in itself does have an impact on the housing market. We've got, we had, at the time the moratorium was lifted, 193 or 195 licensed properties. We have a cap of 250. We've been told by any of these platforms that there are probably 350 or so rental units. That's 2% of our housing. That's 2% of our housing in Fort Erie. And 2% of the housing, okay, that may be a small percentage, but we're trying to build, or we have been approving construction of 250 upwards towards 300 housing units per year. So this represents more than a year's worth of housing construction. We happen to be in the middle of what the provincial government calls a housing crisis and is moving heaven and earth to get municipalities to facilitate, expedite, and build or approve new housing units. That's because there's a need for people to live in houses. So I'm getting a little bit off my script here. Let me try to get back here as I get flying off here. We've committed to protecting our neighborhoods. We've committed to protecting our natural heritage. We've also committed to economic development and growth. We've committed to trying to generate jobs in this community, and we've also committed to trying to help businesses, whether they're businesses in tourism or whether they're businesses in any other part of the community. And we've had some great success in that. We've had well over 80 new businesses open in this community since March of 2020. So we're doing well there. Some of those businesses would rely upon customers who come into this community from out of town. And so that's, we've got two extremes on this particular spectrum. We've got the extreme that says there should never be a short-term rental approved, and we've got the extremes that say should be everywhere. Let short-term rentals exist everywhere. And those are the extremes. In the middle are those people who recognize that there is a need for short-term rentals to support our businesses, including tourism. But they want their residential neighborhoods protected. They accept the proposition that short-term rentals can assist their neighbors if they want to improve their property or if they need some additional funding to pay their bills. So that's the home-occupied short-term rental. Our role, in my view, is for us to find a reasonable, fair, responsible zoning regime that will, A, be clear to everybody, B, assist businesses, including tourism, C, facilitate homeowners living in their home to generate additional revenue if they require it, D, will protect our existing neighborhoods by fulfilling the expectations of those who rely on the residential zoning. I mean, people are relying on there to be neighborhoods and the neighborhoods to be filled with homeowners. And E, to reflect the historic seasonal rental uses. There may be other reasons, there may be other things that we should be trying to do as part of our role, but that's how I see it. There's a clear distinction between short-term rental use and a hotel in terms of, as Councillor Noyes had said, sports teams. Sports teams want to stay together. There will, Quebec City is the biggest example, and Fort Erie has its own with the Denmark and Fort Erie Exchange. They will bill it. Teams will stay with families. They'll bill it in homes. I've done that myself as a youth many years ago, in a number of sports. But there's a. I'm sorry, I missed that.
You have hockey then?
We used we didn't have real pucks. We used the frozen manure ball. Anyways, but there are cultural reasons for that, and it'd be the same thing with, you know, if we've got a school in the municipality that wants to have a big tournament, well, we can't do billeting, or we could do billeting, depends on what the makeup is. We need a hotel. There's no question we need a hotel, and we've been, you know, maybe we need to, aside from working with the company that bought the Clarion and turned it into Willows and is committed to building a hotel, maybe we need to do more than that. Maybe we need to be looking at how we can incentivize that and find some areas, because I think that would take a lot of the pressure off. In terms of conferences aren't going to come here until we have a facility that's got a conference center, could be the Leisureplex, and a hotel next door to it, which we no longer have. So, you know, that's another thing. So I don't particularly buy those particular examples of the benefit of short-term rentals. I do think that it's important for the beach area, the Crystal Beach in particular. I think we need to remember that whatever we decide, we have a number of licenses that have been issued. And even if they've been issued to properties that are outside whatever area we would zone, they have an existing non-conforming use. At least that's what we've been told. So those properties which are located outside of what's recommended in this report, they're going to continue, and they will be allowed to continue as long as they continue to get their license renewed. We also need to recognize that short-term rental units do represent housing units which are no longer on the market for permanent housing. And so I've already mentioned the percentage of our housing stock which is made up of that. And I've also mentioned that investors will pay more because it's a business. It's more than just a place to live, it's a business. And that does inflate market prices. So I agree with Councillor McDermott in the sense that, and I think maybe one other councillor mentioned that we've been dealing with this for a while. The people that are telling us that we should have short-term rentals everywhere, they haven't changed. They're telling us the same thing. The people that don't want short-term rentals, for various reasons, they're telling us the same thing. So we're hearing the same thing, and we're hearing that it's good for business. You're right, there isn't any statistical analysis that would tell us. I have no idea whether the short-term rentals actually do keep these businesses afloat or not, because I do know that there are many residents that actually go to the restaurants. And, you know, I would say that we've heard more from Crystal Beach businesses than any other businesses. I've not heard anything really from this end of town about, we don't have short-term rentals, we're going to go to business. I haven't heard that. So I think that the key here, unfortunately, Councillor Lewis, you represent Ward 5, I think the key is that the historic location, at least for the last 110, well, not quite 100 years, has been Crystal Beach. And that's where it's been. The rest of the waterfront, maybe some rentals, but mostly families. Mostly families, and if there were rentals, they were certainly not of the nature that we have now with these digital platforms. So I do believe that the bylaw enforcement is important. I do believe that every neighbor that has a complaint doesn't necessarily raise it with the bylaw enforcement people. And as was suggested, maybe they do speak to the managers. If you got good managers like like, well, I wasn't going to use her name. I was going to say, Holiday Homes Property Management. Okay, that's ideal. Just as a point of reference, if they've got 20 rentals in Fort Erie, and I'm going to guess, and I think she said that there were 3, she's got 3 new ones, but it's almost 10% of that would have been almost 10% of the rental units in Fort Erie prior to the lifting of the moratorium. So if we had more of them, that would be great. I think bylaw enforcement is critical. I think, in terms of, I know Councillor Dubanow, you've got a concern about the party that prepared this report would be doing the OP and zoning amendment. That's the easy part of the work. The difficult part of the work is what they've done and what we decide. Because whatever we decide, that's going to be the basis of the OP and zoning bylaw amendment. And if we had enough staff, our staff would be doing it. But we don't have enough staff, and so that's why this was farmed out. We can defer this for folks to get more information or try to get a better comfort level, but I don't know what that's going to do. I happen to be supportive of the recommendations. I think that they're reflective of what I think is fair, reasonable, balanced, and takes into account the concerns that I have and the things that I've committed to in terms of trying to manage growth in our community. Some of you may think it's not enough. My advice is that it's easier to expand on zoning than it is to, it's easier to limit the restrictions than to provide such a wide range that you can't get back. So if we were to provide greater areas, we can't back up. And you mentioned, Councillor Dubanow, you mentioned Oro Medonte. Just taking a look at that, they passed a temporary, an interim use bylaw, and they tried to amend that. That's where they ran into trouble. So the interim use bylaw is still in effect, but they were trying to target something, and the land tribunal said you can't do that. But the interim control bylaw still remains in effect, and they're still working on that, according to this report. So that's where I stand. I mean, I'd be prepared to support this. I'd be prepared to, maybe Mr. Herlovich, you can comment on this issue about where we are in terms of who prepares the documentation for the official plan or zoning bylaw amendment once we approve some parameters for both.
Yes, so your worship, that is part of the contract, which is with WSP. So they will be concluding the work. It'll be reviewed by staff. We will be bringing that forward for discussion with council. There will be room for modification of that, so they will bring in draft amendments, and then we will proceed with further amendments. The Planning Act does require, when we're making changes to the official plan, which cover the entire municipality, that we do have to have an open house. And so that open house would occur before the statutory meeting under the Planning Act as well.
And the ultimate decision with respect to the official plan and the zoning bylaw amendments rest with council.
That is correct.
Okay. Okay, so I'm going to give up the floor for now. Councillor Lewis.
Your Worship, and just one comment that I wanted to make, and that was back to Councillor Noyes, who made a question about what is the difference between a new subdivision versus an existing one. And I've given it some thought, and I think the easiest way to explain it is when a new subdivision is up for sale, the whole subdivision is up for sale. So you could have 20 homes that potentially one person could buy half of them, some of them, or all of them. I did say that I'd get back to you on that, and I think that's the easiest way for me to articulate the difference between the new subdivision versus the existing.
Did you have anything further? This is your second time around. Okay. Anyone else? Well, no, he was answering questions that you had posed, so let's, I'm keeping detailed notes here. Okay, anyone else? Not, then, that's why that's, do you have a seconder for that? Councillor Christensen. Okay, so that's on the floor. Anybody wish to speak to that? Councillor Dubanow.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. I think when you go back to the map, and I understand there's a lot of debate about the historical context, and Your Worship, you made some excellent points about the ways that they were rented in the past, and I can even recall going back not too long ago, walking down Edgemere, and there were signs on the front lawn that said, cottage for rent, and it always had a 716 phone number. And that's why I think within the context of the American multi-generational homes that, when they aren't here, to help offset some of the property taxes and the maintenance fees and other things, they did rent them out. And, I understand that's not owner occupied. By definition, they're Americans, so they're non-residents, and they're non-resident foreign nationals. So there would be no ability for them to utilize the owner-occupied portion of that. It's a unique challenge that we have in Fort Erie. There are a few other municipalities in Ontario that have these challenges, but it's particularly unique with our proximity to the U.S. border and our historical context. And I wish the report had taken some more into that. I was very upset it didn't. So I'm going to support this because I think along the lakefront, we have an historical precedent. I can't say the same thing along the river. And even when you look at the map now, you can see where the lines are delineated. The river is the river, but it's not Lake Erie, it's not the sand, it's not the beach. It's a completely different experience. And I know from personal experience, like it's homes, some very large, some much smaller. It's not your traditional seasonal cottage like we've had along the lake. So I think this is a fair compromise. I understand some residents might not be happy with this, particularly those who don't like short-term rentals at all, or the ones who I have the greatest sympathy for, who have to deal with those bad actors. Again, but this isn't going to change it. That bad actor is still going to be there, regardless of whether we have a regulatory framework, whether we prohibit them entirely. That's an enforcement issue, not a zoning issue. So, and I'll yield the floor. I'm going to support this. I made the comment, and we're not going to make everyone happy here. We're doing our best. This has been going on for a long time, and I understand some residents. I see one gentleman there. He's throwing his hands in the air and rolling his eyes, and that's okay. I appreciate that. We're not going to make everyone happy, but we were put here by the residents who elected us, and trusted us to make the decisions, and at least to use good judgment in how we make those decisions. And I think I'm at least trying my best to do that tonight, Your Worship. So I'll be supporting the amendment.
Councillor Noyes.
I guess because I live in Stevensville, and the only waterfront we have is the creek. And I'm just trying to add some levity here. Can someone give me a definition of exactly what waterfront? I know there's a lot of streets that end at the waterfront, but are those whole streets considered waterfront, or is it just a property that... Oh, okay, I'm just...
Well, let's get the mover of the amendment to tell us what waterfront means.
Your Worship, I've included that as let me go back here. properties that would be zoned along the waterfront as WR and WRR, and the area would be between Point Dubanow proper and the Peace Bridge,
Councillor Noyes?
which does not include Black Creek.
Oh, again, and because I don't have a map in front of me, does that mean
84.
page 84? Page 84 of 99?
Yep.
Okay, so that's the map I'm looking at. So when I'm looking at this map, and I'm looking at the dots, right? That's what I'm looking at?
Yep.
I don't see it going up the streets. I just see dots. So I'm assuming, okay, we've had some individuals here from McDonald Drive and that. So is it, again, does it go up at Edgemere, or does it just the first house closest to the lake? I don't know what all the houses are zoned.
Waterfront property would be the part, waterfront property, at least in my opinion, would be those parcels of land that abut the waterfront.
Okay, so they have to abut the waterfront.
Why don't we ask the planner?
Yeah.
Mr. Hurlovich? Yeah, Mr. Hurlovich?
I liked Councillor Lewis's first motion, which was it includes WR and WRR lands from Point Dubanow to the Peace Bridge. We know where the boundaries of those lands are.
But those are those properties zoned in that fashion, properties that front on the water?
I can't say for sure. Some of them may be on the opposite side of the road from the water, but they may be zoned waterfront residential. There are a few properties like that.
Well, okay.
Okay.
Councillor Noyes, you still have the floor.
Okay, so what I'm thinking then is that it has to somehow be facing the water. So it's not the street that leads to the water, it's got to be the property that's closest to the water. So we're not looking at all of McDonald Drive, we're not looking at all of Edgemere, we're looking at, okay, thank you.
Anyone else? Councillor Flagg.
Thank you, Your Worship. I simply can't support a motion that takes in this breadth of property. If it was tighter, maybe I could look at something right in Crystal Beach itself. If we looked at Prospect to the beach or something that tight, expanded as necessary over the years if that's required. But to bring in this kind of length and to have individuals who have paid to have private beachfront property and not be able to protect that beachfront or the beach into the water seems to go against what I think is fair, and I've been elected to be as fair as I can, and in order to be fair, I couldn't support that at all. Thank you.
Anyone else? So, Mr. Hurlovich, can you turn to page 84 of the report, which is the map that shows where the existing short-term rentals are?
That may be page 72 in the
Well,
version
of the
I'm looking
package,
at.
it's 84 of the package, but it's 72, yeah, of the report.
All right, thank you.
84 in the package.
I have that.
So all those red dots are locations for short-term rental units.
That is correct.
And these are all the current licenses issued, and I don't suppose you know of the applications made since the moratorium, how many more will be located along here?
I don't have that information, no.
Okay.
we could get it, but I do not have it at the moment.
So I see ironically that Erie Beach has 2. What would be Edgemere, looks like it's got 4, maybe 5, maybe 6. And then there's a total of 16 altogether between Ridge Road and, which looks like it's within the Crystal Beach R2B zone. Looks like there's 16 dots all the way over to the last dot, which would be near the old fort, and no dots over to Mather Arch. Outside of the R2B zone, looks like there may be 3 or 4 before you get to a couple on Erie Road going out to Point Avenue, and then 3 on Point Avenue. So I guess my thinking is that if you want to apply for a short-term rental license, you would have done that, and if you're in the queue, then I'm thinking that there will be some between the 195 and the 250, and you're going to be, I think this will have an impact where investors will be attracted to buy these houses. They will take those houses, if they're American-owned, that's fine. There's no loss because they're not in the housing market now, and they won't be in the housing market later. But you're certainly going to be taking them out of the housing market if they're currently occupied by people that live in them and they're acquired by short-term rentals. So I've got a bit of a problem with respect to the extent of this. I've got a bit of a problem with respect to the breadth of it. And is there any, I guess my question to you, Councillor Lewis, would be, is there any compromise on the, are there any limits along the waterfront that you would be prepared to consider?
Your Worship, that was my compromise at the moment because my original way of looking at it was the full extent of the waterfront, including the parkway.
To create a precedent
But
in Ontario.
I'm all ears and I like making deals. So.
Well, so I'm thinking that since all of these dots already have a license or an existing non-conforming use, what about the area that corresponds with the R2B zone? That would be from Ridge over to, I think it's Rosewood, which does take into account at least the Tennis and Yacht Club, which I don't think has any on the waterfront. Tennis and Yacht Club? Cool.
Yeah, and if I can speak to that, Your Worship,
Sure.
I do understand to some degree where you're going with this. However, as I mentioned before, the Tourism of Ontario tourism website states very clearly that Fort Erie is more than a beach town. I also do believe that we have an opportunity here with tourism where people should be able to stay close to the destination of their choice. I know waterfront property is prime property for cottages and those who vacation. My family long had a vacation property in Muskoka. I'm hard pressed to imagine the municipality of Muskoka to take bylaw reform to prohibit waterfront rentals in their community. And I think we have an opportunity here where this fits quite nicely. So, no, at this point, I would be looking at still to at least Erie Beach.
So we know that according to the report, Huntsville, Bracebridge, Muskoka Lakes, Saga Beach, Blue Mountains, South Bruce Peninsula, Godrich, Lambton Shores, which includes Grand Bend and Port Colborne, have restrictions on waterfront.
But not all waterfront.
Okay. Any further discussions, Councillor Dubanow?
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. And I think you bring up a good point about the caution of the situation, but I'm not envisioning at any point removing the limit on licenses we have. I think, based on the McGill professor's comments, I think he said that was one of the best tools we had to kind of regulate that. So, that limit's still going to apply. And we may have, some get sold, some get moved around, but we'll have the opportunity to monitor that and ensure that it's met correctly. I know that there are some municipalities who do regulate it. With regard to our contemporaries along Lake Erie, I believe Port Colborne has something in place, and I'm sure with some of the activities that they have going on in Shirkston, I'm sure they wish they had even more. But, our nearest contemporaries along the Lake Erie shore that have access to the Americans and that unique situation where you cannot be owner occupied because you don't have legal right to live in Canada. Waynflete, Haldimand County, Norfolk County don't have any bylaws at all. Maybe they don't have the same housing challenges. Maybe they're certainly Waynflete is more rural in character. I think Norfolk County, you've got Port Dover and a few larger centers on the lakeshore there where there's been some challenges. It's really difficult to find a contemporary exactly comparable to Fort Erie and our unique character we have here and the challenge of trying to get this right. I'm satisfied with taking it to the Peace Bridge or Erie Beach, somewhere along there. I think we got a lot of core mixed use in and around even if we took it to Erie Beach, it's all Niagara Parkland and there's no waterfront residential beyond that area in there anyway. So I'm okay with that. If we didn't have the limit and it was a free-for-all, and we said, we're opening the floodgates, come on in, 500, 600, 700, I would be very concerned that, as the Americans realize that they don't want to pay the vacancy taxes and they realize the value of the property as they sell them, they get scooped up for investment purposes. But I think that limit we have is a very strong tool, maybe not the perfect tool, but a strong tool to prevent that from happening, while also allowing the flexibility with the historic character of that portion of our waterfront. So I'm okay with this. I get where you're coming from, Your Worship, and the concern you have, but I think we can manage that with our licensing limit. And as the McGill professor said, that is a very strong tool, and I'm even more supportive of using that as a tool after hearing what he had to say tonight. And I'll be discussing that some more with staff and some other ways we can massage that and work with it, particularly at our Planning and Development Services meeting that we have coming up next week. But that's my thought on it, is that we still have some protection from that, Your Worship. Thank you.
I'll go to Councillor Noyes, but I just want to state the obvious. The limits may not always be at that number, but the zoning will always be. Once it's been passed, once you've put the zoning in, you cannot go back. Councillor Noyes?
Actually, Mayor Redekop, that's basically part of what I was going to say. At a later date, the number would change. I think the whole purpose of this whole project is that we can look at the 250 number and that we are expecting change, that we're going to allow them, like if you follow this report, that we are going to allow short-term rentals in commercial areas, that we are going to allow owner-occupied when we nail down the occupied part, that we are going to allow agro-tourism, is that what it's called? So I'm hoping that we don't stay at the 250 mark, that I'm seeing that we are going to be increasing the number of short-term rentals in those areas, in owner-occupied. But like I said, if we're stuck with not stuck, but like I said, I think the whole purpose of this whole endeavor was so that before we increase the numbers, where do we want them? And I do have concerns that, that it is a good tool for the 250, but I'm concerned that, 5 months down the line or something, somebody's going to say, well, 250 doesn't sound good, 600 sounds great. Let's move it to 600 and get 3 other people to agree with them. So I would rather see the zoning limited now to what Mayor Redekop recommended and look at moving it down. Like, we can always rezone further, and also in this part of this is going to be the expedited zoning. So let's say you do have a house on the waterfront further down outside, let's say the narrower zoning, you do have a mechanism to apply to get that particular property rezoned. So I think that gives some, I'm running out of words here, some framework that even though we're drawing the line here, you can apply on the other side of the line to have your property rezoned. And if it makes sense, and the residents are approving it, I don't see this council or the next council turning it down. But I do see that the concern that the mayor has is that if we extend this whole thing all the way down to the Peace Bridge, and we do increase the numbers, then we're going to kind of somehow lose that control. And I would hate for that to be the reason that we're not going to increase the numbers, because we're worried where they're going to go. I want to know where they're going to go now, draw the line, and then if we have to relook at it down the line, fine, but we can't go backwards. That's why we had the non-conforming. Anyway, I don't know if that makes sense, but that's my position.
Anyone else? Councillor Lewis.
Your worship, then at this point, given it being 10:46 p.m., I will withdraw the motion for the waterfront property for us to reconvene on that, because it is in council's prerogative to do that. And the zoning and official plan amendments, if passed, will still be coming forward. And we've still got opportunity to work out some of those details.
Okay, you had a seconder agreeable to the withdrawal? Okay, so then we're back to the report. Okay, so just so that I think everybody's spoken, I don't think, you haven't spoken twice, Councillor McDermott, and I'm not encouraging you to speak twice, believe me. But just so that we're clear then, the report, starting at the bottom of page 6, talks about two definitions for short-term rentals, traditional one and owner-occupied. Permit short-term rentals in commercial zones, which are basically commercial and core mixed-use zones. Permit short-term rentals in the R2B zone, which is located in Crystal Beach, and it's on both sides of Ridgeway Road. Permit short-term rentals throughout town as of right only where the owner occupies the property on a full-time basis. Identify a streamlined approach and application process through which to consider a short-term rental in a zone outside of those identified above, and permit a maximum of one short-term rental per residential property. Everybody's clear on that? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Okay, so it's 10:47 and the next resolution. Pardon? Just with respect to the zoning stuff, yeah, or the appointments. Yeah. Okay. Well, that was easy.
We're not done.
Okay. Councillor McDermott, you have the resolution with respect to the report regarding the second opinion clause in our planning reports.
Thank you, Your Worship. By myself, seconded by Councillor Christensen, that PDS 42-2023, that Council revokes policy PLA 06, Council decisions contrary to staff recommendations, and further that Council no longer requires a second opinion clause to be inserted within planning staff report.
Are there any questions or comments? All those in favor? None opposed. That was unanimous. Wow. You guys are starting to get along much better now. Councillor Christensen, pardon?
It's not short-term rentals.
Yeah. Councillor Christensen, you have the resolution regarding the Ridgeway BIA.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor McDermott. The council accepts the resignation of Anne Morlopetti.
Are there any questions or comments? All those in favor? None opposed. That is carried. Councillor Christensen, you're on a roll here.
By myself, seconded by Councillor.
Are there any questions or comments? All those in favor? None opposed, that is carried. Councillor Noyes, you have the next resolution.
Thank you, Mayor. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Flagg, the council proclaims June 5th to the 9th, 2023 as Crossing Guard Appreciation Week.
Any questions or comments? All those in favor? None opposed, that is carried. Councillor Noyes, you have the next resolution.
Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Flagg, the council proclaims June as Seniors Month 2023.
Any questions or comments? All those in favor? None opposed, that is carried. Are there any other, is there any other new business or inquiries at this point? You're gonna bring something under notices of motion, yep. Yep. You do that when we get to notice of motion. Councillor McDermott, did I miss something on the agenda? Am I good to go? Councillor McDermott? Okay. Yeah, you have the resolution for us to move into closed session.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Christensen, that council will now hold a closed session meeting at 10:51 p.m. to consider the following. A, pursuant to Section 239(2)B of the Municipal Act 2001, personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees, reappointment to boards and committees, Crystal Beach Beautification Committee, Port Erie Library Board, and Senior Citizens Advisory Committee.
Okay, so before we go into closed session, we're at 10:51. We've got probably 35, 40 minutes worth of work to do. Can we have a motion to extend to 11:30? Councillor Noyes, you're a trooper.
I'm not going to say I'm awake. I'm just
A seconder? A seconder? Councillor Christensen. All those in favor? That is, well, you dared. Okay, now on Councillor McDermott's motion that we go into closed session, all those in favor? That is carried. Okay, we're back in the council chambers, and Councillor Lewis, you have the resolution for us to rise and reconvene.
Thank you, Your Worship. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Christensen. The council does now rise and reconvene from closed session at 11 o'clock p.m. with report that council appoints Barbara Dearden and Sandra Fishman to the Crystal Beach Beautification Committee for the period ending December the 31st, 2023, and further, that council defers appointment to the Fort Erie Public Library Board until the June 26, 2023 regular council agenda, and that council appoints Carolyn Bearden to the Senior Citizens Advisory Committee for the period ending November the 14th, 2026, or until her successor is appointed.
Are there any questions or comments? All those in favor of the resolution? Unopposed, that is carried. That then takes us to motions, and who's the acting mayor?
Me.
Councillor Noyes. Can I hand the chair to you then while I do my motion with respect to the...
Sure.
As soon as I find it. Yeah.
Give me your Redekop.
May I proceed?
Yes.
I move, seconded by Councillor Flagg, that staff be directed to provide council with a memo regarding bylaw number 60-04, being a bylaw to regulate the destruction, injury, and harvesting of trees in the town of Fort Erie with respect to the following. 1, the resources necessary to implement enforcement of the bylaw. 2, the coordination, if any, with the region of Niagara that would be necessary or advisable when the town begins enforcement of the bylaw. 3, whether Part 5 is necessary or should be repealed. 4, updating the cost of a permit. 5, if violations can be enforced by administrative monetary penalty. And 6, a projected date to commence enforcement of the bylaw. May I speak very briefly to this?
Yes, please.
We just recently hired a new environmental planner. She's already been assigned work to deal with the tree bylaw. And the only other question that I would have, and the director, I think, can consider this is, and I've had some brief discussion with the CAO, is how much of the region's bylaw we should rely upon, or how much of that we should be rolling into our own, so that we do our own enforcement, make sure that there is no lack or miscommunication with respect to the enforcement of this. So I'm hoping that you will all support this, because I think we're all on board in terms of how important the trees are to our community.
Thank you. Any further comments or questions from council? Councillor Christensen.
Through you, Madam Chair, I want to thank Your Worship for bringing this forward. I think it's a hugely important initiative, and as you're aware, we lost a huge stand of trees that had already been under agreement between the developer and the town, an egregious example of clear cutting, and I look forward to this bylaw.
Yeah, I will say that I think you all are aware that recently we met with representatives from the region and the Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority to try to make sure that there was a clear protocol, which always ended with the town of Fort Erie being notified of any requests made by anyone to either of those agencies, because we should be the final authority for any tree clearing in our community. So based on your comments, can I count on your support?
Oh, yes.
Thank
Councillor
you.
Lewis.
I almost said Your Worship, but thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to say that I'm in full support of this, and thank you, Mayor Redekop, for bringing it forward. I know this issue was an issue 2 decades ago, sitting on council. I almost wish it would have been in place a lot sooner, but I am in full support of this, and thank you for bringing this forward.
Any further comments or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor of the report? The report carries. I will turn the chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Noyes, and I would note that you've requested that your motion be deferred to June the 26th council meeting. So that takes us to notices of motion, and Councillor Christensen, you mentioned that you had one, and Councillor Lewis, you next, and then Councillor Dubanow.
Yes, Your Worship. I'm not quite sure how to frame this, but I'd like to provide notice that I intend to make a motion to request the province to explore and the introduction of legislation regarding controls on the platforms such as Airbnb, Verbo, and others that affect the municipalities' experience with short-term rentals and other forms of vacation rentals.
Yep, that'd be great. And if you need any assistance crafting that, I know that Councillor Lewis has some experience. I'd be happy to help you as well. Councillor Lewis.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm going to move a notice of motion tonight. I'm going to work with staff on the wording. If by some reason this isn't the route to go, then I will withdraw the motion, but I will give notice tonight that the motion would be along the lines that commercial short-term rentals be prohibited in any new residential subdivisions in Fort Erie. And the
Okay.
wording of that, I will work with staff before the next regular council meeting.
Okay, and I neglected to ask Councillor Christensen. I presume that's for the June 26th council meeting? And the same with
Sorry,
you, Councillor
same with
Lewis? Councillor Dubanow.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. I intend to give this a notice of motion tonight regarding the impacts of Woodbine's Race and Stay program on the Fort Erie racetrack, which is the only other thoroughbred racetrack in Ontario, and that will be returnable. I'm going to say, June 20, sorry, I'm looking here, June 26th. Although I may have something prepared if we have a special council meeting sooner. It's a timely issue with what's going on. I'd bring it back as soon as I could, Your Worship.
Okay. So we'll make note of that if there is a special council meeting. And please remind me. Any other notices of motion? Then that takes us to consideration of bylaws and bylaw. Councillor Noyes, you have first and second reading for the bylaw package, which would be less bylaw 91. And are there any other bylaws that anyone wishes removed from the package?
No.
Councillor Noyes?
If I can remove 81-2023, because I just want to make an amendment to that one. Or suggest an amendment.
You, if you just wanted to move an amendment, you can keep it in the package.
Okay, then that's fine.
Because we're, for first and second reading, we're just going to move this forward, and then then it gets it on the floor.
Okay. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Dubanow that the bylaw package containing bylaw number 81-2023 to reestablish a Community Health Care Services Committee, adopt terms of reference and repeal bylaws number 29-2018 and 66-2021, bylaw 82-2023 to reestablish the Mayor Youth Advisory Committee, adopt terms of reference and repeal bylaw number 172-05, bylaw 83-2023 to regulate public nuisances and noise in the town of Fort Erie, and to repeal bylaw number 30-09, bylaw 84-2023 to appoint Brandon Gordon as temporary municipal law enforcement officer for the 2023 summer season, bylaw 85-2023 to set the 2023 tax rates and to levy taxes for the year 2023, bylaw 86-2023 to amend development charge interest policy for the town of Fort Erie, bylaw 87-2023 to amend the development charge payment deferral policy for the town of Fort Erie, bylaw 88-2023 to amend bylaw number 167-09 insurance and risk management, bylaw 89-2023 to accept and declare lands of public highways on the east side of Buffalo Road, 592 Buffalo Road, Major Tenzin and Niskin Tenzin, bylaw 90-2023 to amend zoning bylaw number 129-90 as amended, 525 Lake Avenue, Daniel John Reed, owner. Bylaw number 92-2023 to amend zoning bylaw number 129-90 as amended, 3624 Hazel Street, SR Niagara Investments Incorporated, Rita and Salvatore Visca, owner. Bylaw 93-2023 to authorize the entry into an encroachment agreement with 2550663 Ontario Incorporated Greg Walker, owner, 214 Courtright Street, bylaw 94, 2023, to enact an amendment to the official plan adopted by bylaw number 150-06 for the town of Fort Erie planning area, amendment number 72-214 Courtright Street, 2550663, Ontario Incorporated, Greg Walker, owner, bylaw 94, 2023, to amend zoning bylaw 129-90 as amended, 214 Courtright Street, 2550663, Ontario Incorporated, Greg Walker, owner, given first and second reading.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's on the floor. The bylaw package is on the floor. Councillor Noyes, you wanted to speak to bylaw 81?
Yes, 81, 2020, the Community Healthcare Services Committee. I'm just wondering, under C, 1.2, C, where it says provide guidance on the town's physician recruitment program and strategies to ensure the gaps in primary care, urgent care can be addressed. And in brackets, you have such as after-hours clinics and urgent care coverage. I'd also like to add satellite clinics.
Yep, that's fair enough. That's been part of the discussion. Is there a seconder for that, Councillor Dubanow? I think that's fair enough. You've got that, Madam Clerk? So that's an amendment. That's on the floor. Does anybody have any questions or comments about that? All those in favor? That is carried. Any other questions or comments with respect to the bylaw package as amended? Mr. Hurlovich, I had a question with respect to bylaws 94 and 95. When we were dealing with this building on Courtright Street that has 5 rental units and 4 parking spaces, there was some discussion, I believe Councillor Noyes may have raised it, about what happens if the building gets, let's say there's a fire, there's a destruction at the building, or there's a hurricane. The zoning doesn't indicate, and I thought there was going to be something that would indicate that the building could not be, or if the building was destroyed, that you couldn't put up another 5-plex without providing for adequate parking and what have you. Because it's in a commercial, it's in a core mixed-use area. I'm sorry, I should have raised this with you earlier. I apologize. '94 and 95.
So, Your Worship, I know I spoke to the planner preparing that. Yeah, so bylaw 95-2023, clause 2, and it says that the subject of the following special provisions that apply for the existing apartment dwelling. So therefore, if that building was to be demolished and replaced, it would not be the existing apartment building. So that's where that provision came in that Councillor Noyes had been previously looking for.
Okay, so, and you're quite satisfied that that's adequate wording?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So now, Councillor Noyes, we need to deal with first and second reading for bylaw 91.
Yeah, thank you. Mayor Redekop, bylaw 91, 2023.
Oh, wait a second.
We haven't voted on everything yet.
We've got to do third and final reading of the bylaw package. You complimented me and I lost track. Okay, Councillor Lewis, you have the amended bylaw package.
Yep.
For third and final reading.
Excluding 91-2023. Resolution number 13, moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Christensen, that bylaws 81-2023, 82-2023, 83-2023, 84-2023, 85-2023, 86-2023, 87-2023, 88-2002, gosh, I'm tired, 88-2023, 89-2023, 90-2023, 92-2023, 93-2023, 94-2023, and 95-2023 are given third and final reading, be signed by the mayor and the clerk, and the corporate seal affixed.
Any questions or comments? All those in favor? None opposed, that is carried. So Councillor Noyes, now back to you for first and second reading of bylaw 91.
Yes. Bylaw 91-2023 to amend zoning bylaw number 129-90 as amended, Crescent Acres subdivision in brackets 0-10747 Craft Road, Crescent Acres Limited, Mark Biscano owner. Be given first and second reading.
All those in favor? It's carried. Any questions or comments now that that's on the floor? If not, Councillor Lewis, third and final reading for bylaw 91, please.
Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Christensen that bylaw number 91-2023 be given third and final reading, be signed by the mayor and the clerk, and the corporate seal.
Any questions or comments? All those in favor? None opposed, that is carried. Councillor Flagg, you have the next resolution.
Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Dubanow that bylaw number 96-2023 to confirm the actions of council at its special council meeting held on April 26, 2023, council and committee meetings held on May 8, 2023, and May 16, 2023, and its council meeting held on May 29, 2023 is given first and second reading.
All those in favor? None opposed, that is carried. Councillor McDermott, third and final reading, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Christensen, that bylaw number 96, 2023 is given third and final reading to be signed by the mayor and the clerk under the corporate seal.
Any questions or comments? All those in favor? None opposed, that is carried. Scheduling of meetings. Councillor Dubanow.
Yes, Your Worship, we have a Planning and Development Services Business Subcommittee meeting. That is on Tuesday, June 6th. I can't believe it's already June. That's going to be here at Town Hall in Conference Room 1 at 3:15 p.m.
Anyone else? Councillor Noyes.
Thank you. We have an accessibility meeting tomorrow, the 30th at 4 p.m. in Committee Room 1, and a traffic coordinating committee meeting on the 31st at noon. I think also in Room 1.
Any others? Councillor Christensen.
We have a meeting.
Sounds like you'll be busy that day. If there are no other meetings, and Councillor Dubanow, thankfully we're here.
Yes, very thankful, Your Worship. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Flagg that council adjourns at 11:19 p.m. to reconvene into a regular meeting of council on June 26, 2023.
All those in favor? Councillor Lewis, are you holding out? We'll let you know when it's midnight. That is carried. Thank you, everyone.